15th, 2024 to order. So the City of Dawson Creek acknowledges that we are privileged to live and work on Treaty 8 territory in the traditional home of the Cree, Danizé, Saulteaux, Sicanee, and Slavey First Nations. We value the Métis people that live and gather here. We commit to upholding the respectful relationship these nations have built with the land, and we acknowledge our responsibility to carry that forward today and into the future. First order of business is delegations. 2.1, we have Alysha Madison Remington here to welcome Elaina, who is the 2024 New Year's baby. So welcome. So you guys can come up here. So. I'm just, honored to have you all here, and obviously congratulations on the new baby. She's adorable. A huge part of this council and our whole leadership team at the city is all about youth in our community. So anytime we get the opportunity to have youth in here, it's really what it's all about. You guys are our future leaders, and if there's a way that we can inspire and give hope to youth, that's really one of our main things and why we're here. So
well, thank you guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. We did get you some gifts. So we got this is for Elaina. So there's a blanket and then another gift in here, but this has also has, I'm making a mix of this. You got it. Thanks, Jeremy. Just a little blanket here that's got the City of Dawson Creek logo, and then it's got Elena's name and then the year's baby.
Thank you.
So yeah, you're welcome.
Beautiful.
And then we also got some gifts for you as well. So that's for you, Maddie. Swag bag. There you go. There's some city things in there and some fun stuff, and that one's for you.
Do you want
give that to your sister, your mom?
Here, baby.
Yeah. Perfect. Thanks for coming out in this cold weather as well. So.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, I'll just put that back in there. I was just going to show the blanket. So. Yeah. So there you go. Did you want to get a picture, Melissa? Yeah.
Oh.
That's okay. You can run around. That's fine. Go put them in my office. You get them destroyed in there. That's totally fine. So.
You said picture.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, no, yeah. I don't want it.
Yeah.
Do you want to hold her?
I would love to, yeah. If you were fine with that.
You know how to do that.
Watch the lapel. Hi. She's tired. How big is she?
7 pounds 6 ounces.
Oh, yeah. It's just been that long since my kids were this small.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
She was the smallest of 5, so.
Oh, really?
5.
5, wow.
You don't value free time at all.
No, you know what? I'm an overachiever.
Yeah. Is Maddie the oldest?
No, she is the second oldest.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Try to knock down the flag there?
Yeah, how old are the other two?
15, 10, 8, and 2.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
Well, at least you're not crying, you're awake.
Yeah. You could just do that all day.
Right?
Awesome. Well, congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to hold her?
Clearly your 5th one, so it's not.
All the rules go out the window.
Yeah, exactly. You know that will be a 4. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You're an overachiever too.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank
congratulations.
you.
Bye.
Enjoy your meeting, have fun, and don't work too hard.
Yeah.
Remy, come on. This way.
Hey, buddy.
See you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you
good day.
again, guys.
Oh, yes. All right, our next order of business is 2.2. We have Mr. John Vetter, South Peace District Crime Prevention Association in attendance regarding proclamation to declare January as the Crime Stoppers Month in Dawson Creek. So welcome, John.
Maybe we should have Councillor McDonald up here since he's our local director on
Yeah, we could have him up.
Northern BC Crime Stoppers.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out a way I can get him his steps in today. So
There you
that's
go.
perfect. So.
I did laps of the Calgary airport last
Yeah,
night.
exactly. All right. Whereas Northern BC Crime Stopper Society operates as a nonprofit organization throughout Northern British Columbia, and whereas each January, Crime Stoppers program around the world celebrate Crime Stoppers Month to highlight their success, and whereas criminal activities such as drugs, human trafficking, physical violence, property theft, organized crime, money laundering, and fraud undermine the health and economic vibrance of communities across Northern British Columbia. And whereas concerned citizens throughout Northern British Columbia provided tips in 2023 to provide information to law enforcement to prevent, solve, and reduce crime in our communities. And whereas the City of Dawson Creek wishes to recognize the positive contribution of Northern BC Crime Stoppers to the City of Dawson Creek, now therefore I do hereby proclaim January 2024 as Crime Stoppers Month in Dawson Creek. So. You're welcome. I think as well as this, John, I think the amount that you contribute to the Southeast health crime prevention, but really just to better our community. You're definitely one of those leaders in our community that lead by example, and you just put your head down and you move forward. And I had the privilege, I guess it was a couple months ago, of going to your annual event, and just to see that many passionate people in our community, in our region, that are just there. Their only purpose is just to help and give back. It really is, it's just amazing to see, but it also, for me, it gives me hope and reassures why I'm in this position. It's just because I want to be a voice and I want to help make our community a better place. So it's an honor really to have you here for this and for all you do. So I just want to thank you. Thank you.
And just to mention, I mean, Councillor McDonald did step up, and so he gives us that local representation on the Northern Crime Stoppers, which we haven't had for almost a couple of years.
Yeah.
So hopefully to bring up the awareness of this program and to help the local law enforcement as far as getting those tips that will help solve some of these serious crimes that we're experiencing in the city. And so the Crime Prevention Association, I mean, basically this is one of the tools we have. One of the things that we would like to do is maybe talking to your manager of community services. There's some other things that we can do, to augment potential neighborhood watch and safer communities that are federal initiatives. So there's things that we can do in the community to get our people together to make it a safer place.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think obviously it's a huge topic right now, in our community, in a region, really in the world. Yeah. But so it's definitely amazing. And any of those new programs, and Councillor McDonald taking the initiative to do this as well has helped a lot. So so thank you.
Thank you.
I will sign this and then get a picture.
Great.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You bet. Stay warm.
Hey,
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, our next order of business is 2.3. We have Mike Bernier, member of Legislative Assembly, our local MLA, Peace River South, in attendance regarding an MLA update for the South Peace region. So I will turn your mic on there. Welcome.
There we go. Good morning. Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. I think, first of all, you're probably excited to get to sit down. No proclamation for me being here. So welcome officially to the Mayor's Chair for today's meeting.
Yeah.
And actually, it was great to see the proclamation. Maybe I'll start with that, the proclamation, before I'm speaking here on Crime Stoppers. And, we have Rural Crime Watch. We have all the people in the community who have been stepping up. I think it's great and appreciate the city acknowledging the work they're doing. And Councillor McDonald and others who have been stepping up. As you mentioned, Your Worship, I think one of the biggest challenges we're seeing in our community right now is crime. And that's one of the things that probably brought me here today to meet with you as well. But before we get into the negative part of things, let's talk about the positive again, which is that we have community members and groups like Crime Stoppers and Community Watch they're stepping up. And I know they can always use more support, more help, more people. And I think one of the things we talk about is, the more eyes we have out there, the more concerned citizens that I know we have that step forward and choose to volunteer with groups like this, I think will be paramount when it comes to making sure our community's as safe as possible. With that, I want to thank you, Your Worship and Council. I'm not sure if Council's aware, I've been meeting with the Mayor quite regularly, talking about some of the challenges that we've been seeing in our community, and I want to thank you for that. I think, again, this is not going to be solved by one person or one group. This is going to be a collective, I think, as a community and all different organizations working together to not only talk about some of the challenges, but look for solutions. One of the things that I would, a plug that I would love to see, to be honest with you, is around communication. And from that, I know when I'm down south in other communities, I do see reports from like the RCMP staff sergeant or groups, and so this isn't a criticism against our local RCMP per se, but I think we need to, in my opinion, do a better job on sharing information where we can share. Because as we've seen in our community, when the information's not there, people start making up their own. And I think we need to find an avenue where we can appropriately share data that we can share. I've spoken with the staff sergeant, I've spoken with RCMP around the province, head of E Division, and I, again, want to acknowledge the work that they're doing and the stress that they're under when we see what's happening in our region, because we've heard and seen the stories where they do this work, they catch people, but then they're released right away. The system in a lot of ways is broken. I'm not going to go down a political road of getting into that too much today, but suffice it to say that we need to do better and our communities deserve better. So again, I'm more importantly just wanting to say, I appreciate the work you're doing, Your Worship, that we're trying to work together on this with other levels of government, other ministries, trying to bring awareness to this. I know we've talked about trying to maybe get another trip down to Victoria or Vancouver in front of the ministers. I think that would be very important. I don't want to say a perfect world because that'll sound weird, but this isn't just Dawson Creek. This is a provincial slash national issue. But if we don't do our jobs to bring awareness to the fact that it's affecting us, then we will be left out of the discussion. So the more we are in front of people, the more we're talking about the challenges we're facing, the more that when decisions are being made, hopefully they'll include us when we talk about solutions as well. So maybe I'll just leave it there, Your Worship, other than to say, because I'm sure there might be a few questions, but other than to say that a couple of weeks from now, we're back to session. So we're back in Parliament in Victoria. It's delayed by a couple of weeks, but we will be down there February until end of May. And so it's a perfect opportunity. As much as I love being home right now, it's a perfect opportunity when you're in Victoria because you're in front of the ministers and Premier, you're in front of the media. And so when there's issues like what we're talking about today, it's a lot easier to be able to talk to people face to face in the hallway than it is trying to communicate through an email and hope to get a response at a busy time. So I throw that out there as, again, another opportunity I think that we can have starting next month to try to get in front of the people that make these decisions. So maybe I'll leave it there, Your Worship.
Okay,
Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Mike, again, for coming in. And, also just thank you for the continued communication we've had and just the relationship we have about, doing what's best for the community in the region and the province. So I definitely appreciate working with you and that you're always available and to help. So I have a few things I wanted to go over, but I'll maybe just open it up to council first and then I can go, or if council's not too talkative yet, I can go, but Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and hi, Mike, good to see you. I guess one thing I'd take away from the town hall that was held a couple weeks ago is there is a lot of confusion among the general public about the jurisdictional overlap between various levels of government, be it municipal, provincial, federal, in particular with respect to, crime, justice, and just touching on your point around communications and how we can do a better job of sharing that and making people cognizant of what our limitations are, what tools we actually have at our disposal, and whose door they need to be banging on when things aren't working out. And I don't know if you have any insight into that, but that's one thing that I took away is, similar to your point about stats and sharing information, is how do we empower people with knowledge so that they're not just winding each other up in the comment section of Facebook.
Mm-hmm. If I may, I think it's a really good point. There is a lot of jurisdictional overlap, and it's back to that comment. I think if we're going to have to work on this together, because there is some municipal areas that you can deal with, provincial, federal. Like there's a lot of overlap, as you say, on who has different authorities around regulations, legislation, et cetera. When it comes to the court system, obviously that's way outside the municipal borders, but you obviously have a relationship with the RCMP different than other levels of government too. So I think there's a lot of areas where we can work together, and I think you flagged something there too right now is with everything that's going on, there's just a lot of frustration out there, right? And so people are looking for help. They're looking for not necessarily someone to blame, but they're looking for, how are we going to deal with this issue? One of the things that I think all of you, that I try to remind people about, nobody runs and becomes elected to want to instill fear. Our jobs is to instill hope. Our jobs are to actually talk to people and say, we understand the issues, we're going to try to fix the issues. And I think that's a big difference than what you see from some people. I mean, that's your job, and I try to defend that all the time, that, you're not out there to tell people what's going wrong. You're out there to try to tell them how to make it better. So I think that's a collective, I think at all levels we have to work on.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, well, I'll ask a few questions. And so one, I appreciate your comment on the communication, because it's definitely something we've heard in the community as well. And we're looking at ways that we can communicate better, and we've hired a communications person, so I think that shows the commitment from the city's level to get that out. But yeah, we're learning, right? So we're not perfect at it, and we realize that we need to. We're a transparent group, but we need to get that out, right? We need to communicate and be completely open. So, and which we want to, and figure out ways to do that best. A couple things. One, it did get brought to council. I think it was last council meeting. We talked about Bill C-45, the encampment. So I know Kevin and I had some discussion with you, but we just thought this would be a good opportunity, as council directed myself and Kevin to meet with you about it. So maybe you could touch a little bit on that, and what your plans are to bring it back to the province, or what
Yeah, and thanks for that. I think when it comes to Bill 45 and a lot of the bills, one of the challenges, and I'm not trying to deflect away from the question, but I just want to explain how some of this works. When a lot of these bills have been brought forward, this present government has done what they've called, rather than legislation, they push things to regulation. So for those that don't know, what that means is they'll put the bill on the floor, and all of the definitions or the information that should be there for us to decide whether we support the bill, the idea, the concept, what have you, are not. And it always says will be decided by regulation later, which makes it very challenging as not only the opposition. Maybe there's a really good piece of legislation we want to support, but with the lack of information, how do you do it? Now there's some politics at play. I get that. Specific to this bill, like many of the others, is because a lot of it's left up to regulation, it's hard to say what's actually going to roll out. There's the initial poster that's kind of hung in the window on the bill around encampments and how they're going to be dealt with. And then there's the process of the authorities. Now, right now on the authorities, I'm hearing from a lot of other municipalities as well, there's the downloading aspect, and the fact that municipalities are going to be looked at being the eye and the watchdog and the enforcer, and without the tools or the capacity to do that. Or in a lot of cases, knowing what the actual rules even are, right? And that's a challenge. And so I wish, a long way to say, I don't have a clear answer for you other than to say when we get back to Victoria here, I know there's going to be a lot of discussion, especially leading into an election year, because what's happening is a lot of these pieces of legislation are, as they're starting to roll out, they're starting to get pushback. And so what we're finding is the government has been reluctant to enforce some of the regulations. I'm not sure what's going to happen on this bill specifically, but to your point, I mean, if you have specifics that you want me to bring forward, let's put them in writing. I can hand them to the minister. We can definitely push on them. I don't see it being something that's going to be a big topic in the spring session unless we bring it forward, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think a big concern from us as a municipality with it is it's, it is a bit the downloading, right, that it is putting more on us, but it's, for this one in particular, it talks in regards to that, you have to have proper facilities for, these individuals. And to us, that's not our playground. Like, we don't look after, we don't look after healthcare systems. So, that's the tough part, right? So it's kind of in a roundabout way, putting the ownership of it on us, but we don't have like the funding or the resources to even do that, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you're seeing in times like this, when it goes down to -30, that, community groups are having to go outside of their normal programming to try to help people. Because the last thing we want to see is, somebody, falling to the elements.
Yeah.
We need to have supports for people in our communities that need it. And, I think we don't have them. And so that's the biggest challenge I think that you'll be faced, that we need to work on, is if we don't have the centers for them, we don't have the wraparound services to support people, we don't have the healthcare facilities to support people, but yet you're told to start dealing with it. So,
yeah, exactly. So are you, like in even regards to Bill 45, are you thinking like it would make sense for us to draft a letter and send it to you just so you have that with you down there? Would that help?
Yeah, I guess my first gut reaction to that is it's also something that we should be talking about, when I say we, the collective we, when it comes to NCLGA and UBCM as well. So it might be an opportunity to make sure that if it's a letter not only to me, but this is, I think every municipality is starting to talk about the same thing. So whether it's resolution to to NCLGA, which would then forward off to UBCM, because both of those AGMs and that discussion will take place before the provincial election as well. So I think there's an opportunity there.
Okay, perfect. And there obviously is a lot of other things that we've talked about, especially at the town hall. We brought up, a lot of numerous things and struggles that we're facing in municipality. Yeah. And we realize it's not, we're not passing the buck over either. We take part in this as well. So, but just one other one I wanted to touch on is because we have it on our agenda later, and we talked about it last week, but it was about Kevin and myself, requesting a meeting with the Attorney General, Nikki Sharma, and Minister Farnworth. And our thoughts are requesting them to, either come up here, or we can fly to Vancouver or Victoria in a timely manner, whatever works for them. But really just about, we had a meeting, we've had numerous meetings with both of them. So, and I know you've contributed to that as well, so thank you. But really just some follow-up to that, but also like, it doesn't seem like anything's really in the last year has changed a lot. And, these person crime or property crimes that we were dealing with a year ago when we met with the Attorney General have now turned into, violent crimes. And, the whole community is at, feeling fearful, right? Yeah. And it's, so I wanted to touch a little bit on that, and maybe you can give your thoughts on the meeting with them. And
well, I think it'll be important. And because you raised it just now, like a year ago when we met, and some of the discussion we've had along the way has been around the personal property crime. That was kind of the big thing. So I can see where government's attention somewhat focuses more the violent crime and some of the issues that were happening in other parts of the province. Well, unfortunately, that's knocked on our community door now. And I think we need to make them aware of that. We have to ask for more supports and solutions because to one of my earlier comments, people in our communities expect that from us, that we're out there trying to find solutions to make sure people are safe. So that won't happen alone. I think we need to be out in front of them talking about the issues. So if that if council supports that and you and Kevin come down, I'll help in any way and arrange that. I personally, my gut feeling is that's important. Because the meetings, I don't want to say it was lip service in the past. That wouldn't necessarily be a fair comment to my colleagues in the other party. But they might not have received the attention that it needed. And now, you look at where we're at. When we have people going missing, family members coming here to hold search parties today to try to find coal. You've got a couple of other women who are missing too, have been for a while. And then you've got, the unsolved murders in the community. I mean, this is not the community any of us want to talk about, but we have to address it. So I think you need to put that right in front of them.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think we have been, we've been pushing, and I think this is just another step. It's just, okay, what, Yeah, so thank you. I think Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, I don't wish to take away the conversation from this immediate challenge that we're facing, which is very, very problematic, complicated, and definitely needs some action. But if just thinking to the future, two elected officials from another community I interacted with recently were commenting about a discussion they had with Ellis Ross, MLA Kitimat area. And I just would like to say that, first of all, their impressions was that we as a community should be very concerned about our future prosperity with the impact of the Clean BC Act. Is that the correct title for it?
I believe so. It's not what I call it, but I think...
Okay. Well, you may want to share what you call it, but that's up to you. But so can you shed some light? They didn't get into specifics, but presumably you and your colleagues have done some analysis of it and share Ellis's concerns.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we've the Clean BC. Where do I get started on that? We call it the Kill BC plan for a reason, and as the official opposition. When it first came out, it was a bit of an altruistic, forward-looking document, we thought, until we actually got into the guts of the actual bill and document, which is talking about what the present government is looking at for the province of British Columbia around being basically fully electric. They've talked about adding in the 30 by 30, which is ensuring that 30% of the province of British Columbia is protected land, no-go zones, basically. That's part of that built in the back. But where MLA Ross was talking about, Councillor, is what we have been identifying, and then through the Business Council of British Columbia, the ICBA, a couple of other groups have done an independent analysis, economic analysis on it. In order to meet the goals of that Clean BC plan, it will basically shrink the economy in province of British Columbia. They want to stop natural gas exploration, mining, basically for anywhere out of the lower mainland. It could really kill opportunity for communities, which is why we're calling it the Kill BC plan, and probably a couple other words that have been used with that. But yes, I strongly think we have to be very concerned around that. Nobody's going to shrink away from the discussion around we need to make sure we're having the cleanest, safest environmental policies as possible, which, by the way, we should always remind ourselves we already do. British Columbia has some of the best environmental practices globally. And rather than toting that and promoting that, we always seem to cow over to some groups who just want us to do even more. And so I think it's something we're going to have to watch. I don't see how it's realistic, trying to electrify everything in the province when we don't have the power, we don't have the charging capacity. Just 2-3 years ago, before this plan came out, the present government was saying that we had way too much power. Now, according to that Clean BC plan, we would have to generate the equivalent of about 7 to 8 more Site Cs. It's over 10,000 megawatts of power that we need in the next 8 years. So think about that. It took us 20 years, 30 years talking about Site C and 10 years almost from start to end. Somehow in the next 8 years, we have to come up with about 7, 8 more equivalents of power. So it might sound great. It might sound like virtue signaling to people in the South who think that's really important, but it's not realistic or practical. To say that every vehicle by 2035 has to be electric under a 3/4 ton, I think most of us could say that that's not going to happen. Some companies and car groups are banking on the fact that the NDP will lose the next election, and hopefully that won't come to fruition. But I think in the meantime, we have to be really concerned about this.
Can I just one supplementary, just to understand this? Obviously, we need to be cognizant of this and try to make sure we protect this area's economy. But am I to understand then? I mean, just a little bit of history. LNG, very important project. Coastal line. A lot of work been going on with the necessary infrastructure for the LNG project. For that to be operative, the oil and gas industry needs to put, from time to time, wells go out of service, they get exhausted, and they have to find replacements. Are they not going to be able to do that?
Well, it's a struggle right now already. Getting permits and getting approvals to be able to continue on, but you've raised a really good point. There was a lot of drilling activity that took place when LNG Canada first announced through Progress Energy and other companies who had the contracts to make sure that there was gas going into the Coastal GasLink pipeline. But you flagged the obvious. An average well lasts 25 years.
Okay.
So you have to constantly be, as some dry out, if we'll use that term, you need to be looking at others. LNG Canada is also looking at wanting to do a second train and doubling the amount of gas that they'll require because the global need is there. So if we think about this, they'll be, if they put another train in, they're talking about 1 LNG tanker a day leaving Kitimat and going over to Asia. You know, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of gas in each tanker. And under this Clean BC plan, it would pretty well kill that because what they're looking at is trying to be basically carbon neutral, making sure that we lower our emissions basically down to zero. And as the leader of my party, Kevin Falcon, has always said and reminds me that province of British Columbia is 0.19, I think it is, % of the global emissions. So we could shut down this province completely and we would absolutely do nothing in the scheme of things for carbon emissions. In fact, that's why we always say the best way to help the globe is by having more LNG, more natural gas development, because every couple of days they're building a new coal-fired plant in China, right? If we can get LNG over there and reduce that, we benefit. And I could argue that if you do the statistical data on what we're saving on global emissions with LNG, we could say we're a carbon neutral province already. Just by basing it on that. We don't have to plant trees, we actually just need to do more LNG.
That's all I'll ask for now.
We'll go for coffee. I know we could have a deep conversation on this one.
Thank you.
It is a big issue, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Thanks, Councillor Parsons. Just to add a little bit to that too, I guess, with, the BC, these companies that we have around this area, like they have leading technology and, in emissions. And we just had a tour recently of one of the plants and they got 0 emissions. So it's like we should embrace that. But, and I know Kevin Falcon was saying that it's 0.19, but do you know what the impact is by us bringing LNG to the world market? Because that lowers emissions more than 0.19, doesn't it?
Yeah, and excuse me, I don't have it off the top of my head other than to say I think, basic analysis would say, we're lowering it more than 0.19 because, if we can identify how many coal-fired plants we'd actually be eliminating in parts of Asia by having LNG, all you have to do is look at one plant and what are the emissions on that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And that's why I kind of somewhat tongue-in-cheek say we're already a carbon-neutral province. We should be toting that through our industry. But firsthand, Your Worship and Council, the benefits we have from resource development, We're fortunate up here in the Peace region, whether it's forestry, oil and gas, mining, agriculture. I mean, you name all the sectors that basically built this province, and they're all right here in the Peace region.
Yeah.
And we should be protecting that and supporting it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very diverse up here. So we recently did write a letter to the Premier and Minister Osborne in regards to the Clean BC. Is there other things that you think we could do as a municipality to push? Because we understand, that there could be some impacts to the economy and we're worried about that. So like, is there more that we could be doing than that? Like, it's tough, right? Because we did write a letter and So
I think, I guess my quick thought would be just supporting what I do. And by that, I mean, we provincially, this is more of a provincial issue. It's going to hit local government only from the lost tax revenue if things start shifting away, and the jobs that we would lose. And I think, that's where I think that information sharing would be really important there too, because if you start seeing as a council and through your economic development that you see, if you start hearing of businesses pulling out or people losing jobs because of that, you might hear it before me. Please share that with me, because it's that analysis and that data that I need to be able to have something concrete in Victoria to say, this is what your plan is doing. It's killing jobs, it's killing communities.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Earl. Thank you, Your Worship. Just another quick one with respect to agriculture. Mm-hmm. Last year, with the drought and the wildfires, the general consensus from our colleagues in the rural district, our farmers throughout the region, and even your colleague Ian Payton, was that by the time provincial government supports for the agriculture industry showed up, it was kind of too little too late. They were 6 weeks behind, Alberta and Saskatchewan, what have you. Hopefully, we get a whole bunch of snow and rain between now and when people need to start planting things in the ground. Should that not happen, what can we do to ensure that that mistake isn't repeated so that our farmers aren't left hanging?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. It's I think it's a really important one. We can't control Mother Nature per se, but the Peace Rivers and Wilson Dam are at all-time low as well. The amount of water in our reservoirs, even some of the agricultural sector, ranchers, farmers I've talked with, a lot of their dugouts are dry. So you're 100% right. If we don't get a good, 10 feet of accumulated snowpack over the next 6-8 weeks, we're going to be in a very dire situation for some of those people. We've already been talking about that in our group. I've talked with Ian Payton, Ian is the MLA from Delta, for those that don't know, who's the Shadow Minister for Agriculture. His dad used to be the chair of the Agricultural Land Commission, so he's well versed and knowledgeable when it comes to this as a farmer himself. I was disappointed, to your point, last year that by the time the provincial government stepped up with any kind of supports, I found out a lot of them weren't practical or reasonable up in this area, unfortunately, but we were like 2-3 months actually behind other provinces when it came to trying to acquire and access feed for the ranching sector. That was devastating for a lot of our local ranchers, especially the smaller mom and pop ones who didn't have the financial resources to go out and spend 3 times as much on a bale of hay to try to keep their cattle, which is why we saw a lot of unprecedented numbers at the auction mart, unfortunately. But once those those cattle are gone, it takes a long time for a family to rebuild if that's what they choose to do, which we hope they do. So we've talked about that as being one of our things we're going to bring up right away in February when we get back to session. Is by then we should have a good idea of what that water level or snowpack will look like when we get back to session. And I don't think we have to wait. I think it'll be pretty obvious based on what happens over the next 6-8 weeks, whether our agriculture sector is going to need some support. So I think you flagged a very important issue for sure.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other councillors? Oh, Councillor Apollonial.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hi, Mike.
Hi.
Nice to see you. Yeah, speaking in behalf of the drought, the snow that we have recently, and of course, for sure, this coming summer we will have more. I hope not more wildfire. So would you like just to communicate to the BC government what's their plan, especially now and looking forward, because we don't want a worse wildfire like what happened last year. Good thing that Dawson Creek was not involved. But of course, we don't want that to be in the future, like a problem in the future. So, like, just to communicate with them what's the plan for them, like for the BC government, so we don't have more wildfires, especially this kind of weather.
Yeah, no, thank you. Again, another real important issue. We still have fires burning in the North Piece, in the remote areas, because they never actually did go out. And with everybody was saying, oh, don't worry, the snowpack will hopefully bring enough to be able to put some of that out. Well, that's not happening. And so, you know, I think it's, again, a really important issue. We've seen it. Our wildfire seasons are getting worse and worse every year. And we're not immune up here. For sure. And so thanks for that reminder. I'll definitely take that one forward.
Thank you. All right. Well, thanks again, Mike, for coming in. I appreciate it. I appreciate, I did say at the beginning, just, you know, how open you are all the time with things. So I look forward to continue to work with you. And yeah, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Council.
You bet. Have a great day. All right. Our next item is 2024 strategic priorities, 3.1, 2024 strategic priorities. I don't know if did you have much of an update, Kevin?
Morning, through your worship. Just to let council know, staff's completed the action planning portion of the strategic plan. Going through that, our intent is to bring at the next meeting kind of what that looks like, what the timelines, what we feel we can actually accomplish with our current resources, and then be a discussion for council at that point.
Awesome. Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thanks, Kevin. Next, late items. We do have a couple. So I just need to I'm going to make a motion to add a late item under, or make a motion to include the additional information from Deanna Sudnick regarding additional options to their funding request to correspondence with item 8.4. So this, Kevin and myself just had some questions around 8.4 that we reached out. So they just got us some more information. So there was an email sent Friday after 12 o'clock, which was our deadline. So if accepted, I'll pass that info. So I've Councillor McDonald second. And then these do need to be a 2/3 majority vote to get carried. So I will call this motion to vote. Is there any discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Two that haven't voted?
Enter the meeting, Charlie.
I have.
Pull your card out and put it in, maybe? Oh, there you go.
I've been
Oh, you
doing
were
the
there,
card.
sorry.
I've moved it in and out 3 times. And it still needs entering.
Yeah, so just press it. Enter meeting. And then it's there. Green's approved.
Did that work? Are we good? Okay, vote is closed and it's carried. So I'll just pass these out and we can deal with them at 8.4.
Tab likes it fancy.
Councillor Parslow, could you pass those down? All right, and then I am also gonna make another motion to add a late under section 16, recess to close meeting for the following. CAO update, section 91C, labor relations or other employee relations. A second, Councillor Sudnick, any discussion? Councillor Parslow is your, all right, I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed and that's carried. All right. No more late items. Next order of business is 5, new councillor business. Councillor Apollonio?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick note. I just invited the Northern Lights College winter intake. So I was invited in behalf of the Kalipi, but of course, I think on behalf of the city, I just welcome them.
Okay.
So yeah, that's it.
Perfect. Well, thank you. Councillor Kempf?
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to give a shout out to the library for their New Year's Eve event they did on December 30th. I was fortunate enough to help out and volunteer. It was really well attended, lots of families there, and it was a chance to make a mess of the library once the clock struck noon. So it was a wonderful event. So good job to the library.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to take a chance to note, and I wasn't able to attend the last meeting due to illness, so I apologize. If this has been touched on, please feel free to cut me off. But I did receive the final newsletter update from the folks at TC Energy with respect to the Coastal GasLink pipeline project being completed. And I just wanted to take an opportunity to note and congratulate them for the momentous achievement. I know obviously above and beyond the importance of this particular project to the economic viability of the community, it's to see us as a country, as a province, complete something big, get a big project done is always inspiring, certainly. And just congratulations to Heather and Kyle and the entire team over there for their work and seeing this through to the end. Really, I just appreciate the update, and to finally have that last email saying we're done is, I remember the various hurdles and the various meetings you'd jump through or attend, be it through the chamber, be it through the city, be it through whatever, as this project kind of toddled along, and then to see it cross the finish line is really, really amazing. So congratulations to all of them.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Councillor Earl. I think Councillor Sudnick and Councillor McDonald are actually at BC Natural Resources this week, so they could maybe pass that on to them from there, so thank you. All right, any other new council business? No? All right. Next, adoption of minutes. 6.1, we have minutes of special meeting of council from November 21st, 2023 for adoption. Councillor McDonald, second. Councillor Kemp. I'll call that to vote. My vote changed. Vote is closed. It's carried. 6.2, we have minutes of regular meeting of council for December 11th, 2023 for adoption. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Sudnick. I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Any business arising? All right, next correspondence, 8.1, we have 2024-25 membership invoice from the Federation of the Canadian Municipalities. Councillor Parslow.
I move that we make our payment for membership.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald. Any discussion?
Well, just one thing. It's many people don't really realize some of the benefits we receive. So just mention one thing, the gasoline tax as an example. They are a major lobby group, and one of the things that trickles down is some funding we get. What's the volume? What's the amount of money? Many hundreds of thousands, isn't it? Pardon? Yes, yeah. So we do get benefits from it.
Yeah. I appreciate you bringing that up, Councillor Parslow, because I know before this year I've always kind of questioned some of these that we pay for, and what do we get out of them? So it's definitely been learning this year. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Well, another point, if I may make,
please go ahead.
is, I've attended a couple of these, and I think it's very important, just like Councillor McDonald and Sudnick are going to interact with fellow elected officials in the north, that we mustn't operate in a little silo here. We're part of something bigger. The municipal governments in Canada are the frontline governments, and it's interesting learning from others what's their challenges, how they solve them. But there's also bringing the voice of to Ottawa, in this case, or whether it be Victoria, is very important. It's all part of the democratic process, and we might from time to time feel, well, what's the point? Well, you never stop trying to advocate for your area and to bring big issues to the attention of a somewhat isolated government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, any other discussion? No? I will bring that motion to vote, or call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.2, we have a letter from Mayor Marianne Alto, City of Victoria, received on November 1st, 2023, regarding a request for support for red light and speed cameras. Councillor Earl. Thank you, Worship. I move we receive for information. Second, Councillor Parslow. Any discussion on this for receiving for information? I did have a little bit, I don't know, Kevin, if you wanted to add any as well. We did have some dialogue from some local residents about something very similar in our community, adding red light and speed cameras. So this is something that we're dealing with right now, and Devin I've seen some dialogue come back last week. So, yeah, so I don't know, Kevin, I'll maybe ask you to speak to this a little bit.
Yeah, so through your worship, actually, I was just going to, Devin has got some information, and he can give a bit of an update on just what we've heard in our correspondence, and just, yeah.
Devin?
Thank you. So I spoke to the Road Safety Programs Manager with ICBC as part of the Intersection Safety Camera Program. She confirmed a lot of the information that's in your letter from the Mayor of Victoria here. There's 140 cameras in the province. 35 of them are speed and red light. The rest are red light cameras. And there's no plan to increase the program at all. It just is what it is. There's only one red light camera in the north. It's in Prince George. And that's it. So the program is meant to be a province-wide program, and it's really only south of Prince George. I don't know if is there anything more you're looking for there?
No, I don't think so. I think that's good. I think it was just to bring everybody up to speed that we've been dealing with that. And I know this isn't, asking for a letter of support. It's just bringing it to our knowledge, but it might be something that, after, the research you've done and Kevin and myself, that it might be worth us putting something forward to the province, because there's definitely, do you feel there's a benefit if, especially on our two main streets that run through the community?
The province does recognize there's a benefit to red light cameras. Looking at that same time frame that the City of Victoria's letter, 2018 to 2022, they're called, what are they called? Casualty incidents. So they're not a fatality. They're just somebody who was injured. There's the highest casualty incident is the two highest in town are 15th and 17th in Alaska, with 16 and 10 casualty incidents in the last 5 years. There's currently no request process for a camera other than staff can write to the ICBC program manager, and politically you can bring it to the NCLGA or the UBCM. UBCM is partnered in this program as well as the RSMP, ICBC, and the province. It's a fully cost-shared program. So right now, there's no ability for us to pay. It's just a completely free program that municipalities would pay into, and it's shared. The costs and the revenues from the red light is shared by all parties.
So you feel like there could be some benefit to this community if
I think there could be some benefit, yeah.
We could get some up here.
I think there could be a lot of benefit in a lot of the intersections, but...
So do you see us creating, if we felt like it was important, creating a motion now, or do you feel like it would be more something that you would bring back with, some of the details and data like they've brought?
So through your worship, it sounds like if there's an interest, we can certainly pursue it. And it's really just through staff contacting them. But it also sounds like there's no plan for them to expand the program. So we can ask, but it doesn't sound like it's going to be fruitful. I think if council's interested, a motion to send a letter would be good. I just can't guarantee what the outcomes will be.
Okay. Councillor Earl? Thank you, Worship. My rationale in moving this for information was that I thought it would be better addressed through NCLGA or UBCM. Devin has suggested that there might be some value in us pursuing this unilaterally as a municipality and that there's an opt-in, essentially. One thing I do question reading the letter is, the number where over 20 casualty crashes during whatever. I mean, using aggregate numbers generally doesn't work to our benefit as a sparsely populated community. Usually per capita rates are a better reflection of how dramatic the impact is on our community because we're so much more sparsely populated compared to larger urban centers. So I'm wondering, I guess, through you to staff, is that based on what you know about the program, because you were just saying that the 10 to 15 casualty accidents that occur on 15th and 17th are high casualty areas. If I were to extrapolate that number out based on Victoria's population or Surrey's population, I assume it would be astronomical, but just looking for some insight into that, I guess.
Kevin, you want me? Devin's fine, yeah.
Yeah, so my discussion with the ICBC program manager is the first thing she said is you have to have a lot of crashes. I asked the question, is that crashes per capita, for population, per 100,000, or is that just crashes in general? And she said that's a really good question. So I think it's actually, they're looking at crashes per intersection and they're not connecting that with per capita. So yes, I would agree. Per capita, those are pretty high incident intersections. When you look at Victoria's letter saying they had more than 20, and we've had, like I said, 16 and 10 at those two. And that information I'm providing is public information on this Tableau website that's part of this source on this letter.
It's a pretty significant number, 16 and 10 versus,
In the
our
last 5
population
years.
of being, what the greater area around here is probably 30 or 40,000. There's a million.
Yeah, and we recognize through previous traffic studies and things like that the Alaska Highway and the 8th Street is a very high volume corridor.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So that was my only thoughts. I'm not sure if the best course of action is to defeat my motion, and if we want to pursue the matter by another means, put another motion on the floor. I wouldn't take it personally, but I'm also okay with just going to NCLGA with it.
Okay. So that would be the options, kind of, yeah. All right. If there's any other discussion on receiving this for information? No? Okay, I will call that motion to vote. Everybody's clear on? Yeah. Okay. That's good. Vote is closed. Oh. One didn't vote. Councillor Sudnick.
Tiebreaker.
Were you, looks like he was opposed. Should I recall it?
I was opposed to it. It didn't hit the thing.
It's defeated? Okay. It's defeated, so Councillor Earl, Councillor Kemp, and Councillor Sudnick and myself are opposed. All right, anybody like to make another motion on it? No. I was actually going to break anyway, so we can. Okay. I'm actually just going to, before we deal with anymore, I was just going to call a break. So, is that fine?
Mid-motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. So, meeting for Monday, January 15th, back to order. We were on 8.2. Councillor Parslow, or Councillor Earl. Sorry.
Wow.
Ooh.
Thank
That
you,
wasn't
Your
intentional.
Worship. Yeah. Hell of a way to start the year. Thank you, Your Worship. In response to the letter from the Mayor of Victoria, or the City of Victoria, I'd like to make a motion that we draft a resolution for the upcoming NCLGA with respect to expanding this program in Northern BC.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? All right, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next order of business, 8.3, we have a letter from MR Saiedi, resident of Dawson Creek, sorry if I got your last name incorrect, received on December 14th, 2023, regarding a request to opt out of the principal residence requirement regarding BC short-term rental regulations. So I guess, Kevin, before we go to this one, I think we do need to make a resolution whether we're planning on opting out, but I'll let you.
Yeah, so through your worship, we do have the ability to opt out in this, of this regulation because of our vacancy rates are above 3% currently. I believe the latest information we had through CMHC was we were 5.8. So this gentleman is asking for council to do just that. So we need a council resolution if that's what they desire to do, and then staff would take that resolution along with some additional information and send that to the province. Needs to be there by February 29th.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess you did, have you spoke with
Yeah, I've
personal
spoke
letter?
with
Because this was
yeah.
our plan. We were waiting to
That's
get more
correct.
education on it before we got brought to council.
Yeah, that was my intent to bring something to council to seek a resolution. This letter came in, so that's perfect.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow?
I would make the motion that we opt out as per the request
Do I have a
contained
second?
in this letter.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Sorry to cut you off.
No.
Second, Councillor Apollonio?
If I can speak to it.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I've had a number of meetings with concerned citizens, business people, investors about this, and so it isn't just this one individual. I'm convinced that it would have a negative effect if we were to have this here in the community from the point of view of investing and the availability of property for rental. So I think it's just timely that we have this. We don't have to have a report from council, from staff.
Yeah, no, exactly. Thank you. I agree with you. So, Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. This might be too soon to ask this, but through you to staff, just I guess in the interest of stability or being able to forecast things. So hypothetically, we opt out of this program for 4 months next year while the hospital construction ramps up, our vacancy rate drops below 3%. Will that automatically opt us in? What kind of... I just don't want us to be, or to know what to expect in the event we end up in a situation where, you know, and I'd love to believe they would never do this, but sometimes they do things. The provincial government sends us a letter saying, okay, you're automatically opted in because your vacancy rate is dropped below this for this last quarter. I mean, is there it has to be below 3% for an extended period of time? What's the off-ramp for this? Do we have a 6 months notice for people to plan for I mean, this, as my colleague, Councillor Parslow noted, this, you know, not just for investors, but very, very disruptive to an industry that is dependent upon transient workforce, fly-in, fly-out workers, people coming here maybe for 3 or 4 months at a time, maybe for 6 months at a time, not here year-round and not just vacationing for a week, which is, I think, what this policy is intended to address.
So through your worship, I'm not sure I have all those answers. I'm not sure the province has all those answers. What we do have, we were given is, when this rolled out, we were given at that moment in time, CMHC's vacancy rates. So I'm going to anticipate that those rates are going to be communicated annually, and dependent on when that information, that snapshot is taken, I suspect that will, not having any additional information, I can only assume that we will then, the province will take that, send us a letter and say, I see you are now below 3%, you are now bound by the regulation, and thank you very much. So I'm sure there'll be more information to come, but right now I would have to assume the worst, and that's probably what it would be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. I guess before we move on, do you need any other direction on 8.3? Like you'll communicate, okay. Next, order of business 8.4, we have a letter from Angela Willmott, Executive Director, South Peace Community Resource Society. One of them, December 15th, 2023, regarding a request for consideration of a funding increase to the police-based victim service program. And then also the letter that was included on the late item, which was received on January 12th, I believe. So yeah, January 12th. And then there was some information that was just brought up too on regards to maybe some funding being elsewhere for this exact thing. So Kevin, did you want to?
Yeah, through your worship, I had a question before the meeting from Councillor Parslow about, if the proceeds from crime, if there's any opportunities there. So I did a little bit of digging, and what I found is that it mentions that all recoveries from successful forfeitures are used to cover the cost of operations with any remaining funds dispersed as crime prevention grants and victim services organizations. So what I believe is that there is an opportunity for spickers to, if they're not already, to possibly get some funding through this avenue, through the province.
Okay, so with that, in light of that, would it be best to have, some kind of motion just to direct you to bring that information to spickers, and then from there, if they've already used it or they can't, or then bring it back to council?
Sure.
Then?
Through your worship, staff could reach out. We can work with them, find out what their current situation is, explore opportunities if they exist, and then report back.
Okay, perfect. Anybody like to make a motion? Councillor Parslow, move that.
Yeah, I move that.
Second, Councillor Kemp.
So the corporate officer, you should dictate to her the motion. Kevin. She seems confused.
Yeah, I guess clarity just to the public to. Also.
So through your worship, the request is that we'll defer their request until we have subsequent information. So that would be part of the motion.
So do we need a motion to defer and then another motion? Okay.
The motion is to defer.
Motion would be to defer this request and.
That brings back further information.
Okay.
Funding options.
Okay, thank you. You're fine with that?
I guess so. I can live with that.
Thank you for bringing that up, Councillor Parslow. All right, any other discussion on this? No? I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.5, letter from Caitlyn Triebel, Executive Director, Dawson Creek Literacy Society, received on January 8th, 2024, regarding a request for letter of support for Peace River Northern Rockies Zonal Immigration Partnership. Councillor Parslow.
I would move that we submit a letter report for this application.
Letter of support.
Yeah.
Second, Councillor Kempf, any discussion?
We are very appreciative of the immigrants we have in our community. And if we're going to be working with our neighboring communities, that's great. I think the immigrants we can have brought bring many skills and contribute a lot to the community. So the better we can be in serving them and accessing the availability of immigrants, the better.
I agree. Thank you. Any other discussion? No? I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 8.6, letter from Robin Holstein, Vice Chair, Northern Trails Heritage Society, received on January 8th, 2024, regarding a request for letter of support for unique places in virtual spaces accessible access project.
Councillor Parslow.
In my days of supporting the Historical Society, I know the benefit of this, so I'm going to move that we do offer a letter of support and speak to it later.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Earl. Any discussion?
So there are a number of publications that flow from this, or in previous years, and making it virtual will only enhance the spread of it. But basically, if you go to the Historical Society offices or the museum, you'll see some publications where different communities are highlighted for the collections of work, the pioneer village, the museums, and so on. So it's a little bit linked to tourism, I guess, as well.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.7, we have a letter from Chad Anderson, Board Chair, School District Number 59, received on January 9th, 2024, regarding invitation to strategic plan and budget consultation. I guess did you want to? No. Yeah, there's a request for, I think, 3 of us to attend. So I think myself and Kevin will likely attend. But if there was, another counselor that wanted to attend, or we felt that it might be more beneficial to have a team leader from the city or somebody from the city attend, we could talk about that now, or we could just receive it for information and leave it up to us. Really, it was addressed to mayor and council. So, Councillor Earl? I guess prior to anyone making most, I don't necessarily have a preference either way. I just, as long as the city is represented at it, and I appreciate the board from the school district reaching out and being proactive, and similar to the conversation we had with the MLA, it's just as important to keep those lines of communications open with our other colleagues at a more local frontline level. So if you and Kevin have someone in mind you'd like to go, I'm fine. I can go if you need an extra body, but as long as the city's represented, I think that's the most important.
Yeah, I agree. So, thank you. I don't think we had an idea of who to bring. It was just both of us were looking in to make sure we could both go. And then, so. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to point out that evening is also the scheduled community tourism session and dinner as well.
Yeah.
So I think a plan to divide and conquer on both of those very important sessions is in our best interest. Discuss which ones we should be sending and who to.
Yeah. Okay, I agree. So do we need the letter is to mayor and council about this. Do we need a motion just to receive for information, or do we need direction from this tab?
Your Worship, it would be nice if staff knew who, or if you're authorizing anyone to attend, so that we can let them know in RSVP by their deadline.
Okay. Can we make a motion that, I'll make a motion that Kevin and myself will respond to this with the 3 people that are going. Do we need names on who's? No? Okay.
The amount of people that you want to attend, and staff will take care of the RSVP.
Okay. I'll make a motion to authorize 3 to attend. Oh, sorry, Councillor McDonald, I didn't see your light on. 3 from the city, whether it be via council or the leadership team from the city to attend. Have a second, Councillor McDonald? Any discussion? No? All right, I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. All right, next order of business is 9 reports. 9.1, we have report number 24-001 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2024 capital paving project funding. Councillor Parslow.
Oh, no, I'm not making it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that's, I don't want to touch this one. No?
Anybody? Councillor Earl. Oh, sorry. There you go, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 24-001 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2024 capital paving project funding be received. Further, that the shortfall of $5 million for the 2024 general capital paving projects in the draft 1 budget be funded by the general capital reserve, and repayment considerations are reassessed upon the finalization of the 2023 financial statements and the capital asset management plan.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald? Discussion?
I guess thank you to staff for the report, and I understand the previous council, we committed to, the paving plan and the understanding that we're going to beef up our capital spending. About halfway through, seeing the rise in interest rates and the escalating costs of inflation, we decided that borrowing $5 million a year for that might not be the most prudent path forward. So you've tried to provide us with some options to continue to fulfill that commitment while not increasing debt. One of those options is potentially essentially borrowing from ourselves and paying it back, which I guess is preferable to doing it through the Municipal Finance Authority. And I do think getting a handle on what exactly our capital asset needs are once that plan is in place will be valuable to informing that decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. I guess just to add to that too as well, I think the interest on the $5 million would have been $2 million over of the term of that. So it's pretty substantial. I guess one question I just have is, I read the report and thank you for that. I guess some clarification, like when we're, as the city of Dawson Creek, as one entity, really. I mean, we have the utility commission that we have to follow, but are we really borrowing from one to another? Because I get it's just one category to another. So how do you even borrow that and pay it back or pay back interest? Because if it's coming from a capital reserve fund, I get in it when you have multiple companies or separate entities that you would do that because you have to. But when you're borrowing it, you're not really borrowing it from yourself because it's coming from one pool. So I'm not understanding that part of this, like how you would repay or why that's even, why we even need to do that.
So you're correct, and it's not the borrowing from the one fund to another isn't either our statutory reserves, so there wouldn't be a bylaw that's required that was done previously by council. But you are correct in that we would be just recording the interest revenue on one fund and the interest expense on the other. So that's why one of the recommendations was just to at least ignore the interest component, but you're really just choosing where you want to take the reserves from, whether it's your operating fund or the capital. And right now the budget has it coming out of capital. There is the potential to look at operating as well, but it is a capital expenditure, so that's okay to do that way. And we transfer each year money from our operating fund to our capital fund. And right now, the budget is at $8.5 million, which supports that PRA goal to get to by 2030. So what would happen theoretically is if there was a repayment, we would just increase that amount that's transferred each year. And that's why it's just a 10-year repayment schedule, having to look at that and analyzing while you're spending and saving. And so that's why my recommendation supported just that the funds are there, so we use our reserves and continue to want to build those up over the 10 years.
Well, that definitely clarifies it for me. I guess where I run into is sometimes throughout the year, if there's one category, say that hasn't been utilized as much and there's a new expense that's coming and there's room over there, like, are we setting a precedent that you now have to sign a loan document between, this, like, it doesn't make, I guess, logical sense to me. And what are we directing you to do, right? Like, it's one entity. I get if it's separate entities and we're borrowing from, a different subsidiary of the city, but we're not. It's one funding. So that's where I just was having a hard time wrapping my head around that part of it. So.
And I think that's why you'll see in the report, I did mention those multiple repayment terms. And so, as you build up reserves, you are going to have to use them and be comfortable with that. And so if every time you do a project, if you know, you're setting up repayment plans, and I understand this one is a bit different in that there was that commitment and, you know, to increase that. And so to look at for this, but to know that tracking that and then knowing each year when you're looking at the reserve balance, how much of it is paid back, how much are you building it, and then how much maybe have you approved to dip in. It's an analysis that would be required each year going forward.
But then would you, if we're going to set that and that's the way we see it going, I mean, for an operational reserve, we should be doing the same. Really, like if there's operational reserves and we're choosing to take that funding elsewhere, it's kind of the same thing. To me, it seems like it's creating work that is unnecessary. But that's just my thought. So I was just asking the question to more understand it. So, thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Councillor Parslow.
So this is, I understand the need for the finance officer to present this, and I appreciate that. Some of my difficulties with this, and there are several, is that we have yet to look at draft 1, is it, or draft 2 of our budget?
Draft 1.
Later on in our agenda.
Yeah.
And in that, there's and it's a very good document that staff has produced. And in that, there's a whole bunch of capital projects. And in that, there's some low priority items. And I am wondering why we would keep those low priority items when we have this paving program or we have other capital projects in mind. We also have not made any determination around the growing community funding usage. And so I am looking at those two factors and saying to myself, well, gee, we should have a discussion about those before we make any decisions. They're all interrelated, okay? So I do appreciate you putting this here. I think that's a wise thing to do. But I hope you understand, from my perspective, yeah, you've done a great report, but there's other things we need to decide which are related to this, in my opinion. Is it best to retain these low priority things and then do this internal borrowing? But I'd like to speak to why municipal governments charge interest. I've attended a number of finance presentations over my years on council. And my recollection is that, fine, operating reserves occur for a variety of reasons. A, you didn't get all your police positions filled. You were unable to fill other positions that you might have advertised for, and we can think about the budget for a planning person, a planning manager, or whatever you call that person. But we for years we couldn't secure that. We know that quite often our police department is not fully staffed. So operating reserves accumulate. We also know that many capital projects, and we've been overextended on capital projects, and we don't spend all the money, and it flows over to the next year, and then we have an ambitious capital program for that year, and so we just end up with this money. But the desired condition is that we have a long-term perspective on our municipal finances, our capital plan, the building of reserves, etc. And municipal governments come along, they get elected every 4 years, and they see this particular project and they want to dip into the reserves. Now, there should be a plan for those reserves. And so we need to do this, so they'll say, well, we can just take $5 million out of this, but that's part of a capital asset management plan spread out over so many years. And they'll say, yeah, but that money could have been earning us interest through investments. And we're going to be taking out of that and losing that interest, so we charge ourselves the interest, so you don't ruin long-term planning. Now, that's my Coles notes of why finance people do that, right? And we don't have a long-term capital plan right now. We are developing one. We do have some capital reserves, which might be at the most 3% of what we really do need. And so that's why the interest is charged. But I'm putting that to one side. The more immediate issue is I have a problem making a decision about this right now until we've discussed our capital project part of this booklet. And we've had some discussion as a council about our aspirations and hopes for the use of the Growing Community Fund. And so I would like to ask a question of staff. Do we need to decide this item before us before we review this budget? And before we have a discussion? And if so, why?
So through your worship, no, doesn't need to be decided prior. I think it could also, listening to what you had to say, the proposed motion could be amended to include some language around that it would come from reserves if needed, because again, there'd be an opportunity to maybe change that throughout the budgeting process, because again, that is a fluid process for some time yet. So all staff at this point know is that we've been told we're not borrowing, so it's coming from somewhere. And so maybe that somewhere, like you said, until later on, unless you need that decision sooner than later. So that was my thought process, but Melissa will correct me if I'm way off base.
I mean, just before Melissa goes, the other part is we're dealing with draft one next.
Yeah.
Does it make sense just to defer this one until we deal with 9.2?
And through your worship, that's fine, for sure. And I was also going to mention on that is we have Staff Sergeant coming at 11, so we might want to vary the agenda, not start 9.2.
Not committee of the whole today, Kevin. That's next
Oh,
meeting.
he's not coming today? I'm sorry.
Next
I'm
council
way off
meeting.
base then. Okay. Well, we're good then. Yeah. Yeah, nothing but time.
Sorry to interrupt. Melissa, did you want to add to?
I just think the added information that, yes, it does need to come from some place in the 2024 budget, and whether it stays out of that fund or whether we start repaying that in 2025. So the budget that we're going to be looking at for 2024, the deficit impact of the funding of this $5 million, it needs to come out of either operating or capital. And it comes, if we just transferred more from operating, it's still going to come from capital, but the repayment won't start occurring until 2025, just so there's that clarity as well, that we're not going to be able to get away from, because we chose not to borrow, of that $5 million showing and creating a deficit impact within that fund. But we can start repaying it if that's an option that council wants to consider.
Yeah, okay.
If that makes sense, through your worship.
So, yeah, no, I appreciate that. So would it just make sense to defer this item and then just move to 9.2 and then just come back to this one? Because we're going to have that discussion anyways. And okay, so do I need a motion to defer because it's a different?
Yeah, just defer the motion until after 9.2.
Okay, I'll make that motion to defer. I have a second. Councillor Kemp. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried.
May I ask just, this may sound, could you make a note, I'd like to, when we do discuss it, you know, how you plan on next year's capital program, the
2025 payment back?
I know,
repayment?
So we're not borrowing externally this year, but what are we going to do, what's the plan for next year? If you could just make a note and we'll talk about it at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Can I know we have Fire Chief here for 9.3. Can I just go to, okay, I'm going to just amend the agenda and go to 9.3. Report number 24-012 from the Deputy Fire Chief regarding the fire department ladder truck replacement. Somebody, Councillor Parslow?
I'd like to move the recommendation that report 24-012 from the Deputy Fire Chief for a fire department ladder truck replacement be received. Further, that Council waive Section 4 of the purchasing policy, which requires the City to provide open procurement opportunities on the Province of British Columbia designated electronic tendering system when the value is $75,000 or greater for goods or services, to allow staff to begin the procurement process for a new ladder truck through Canoe Procurement Group of Canada.
Have a second? Councillor Apollonio? Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Kevin, did you want to add anything? I mean, I don't know if there's any questions or...
So through your worship, the one thing that I was anticipating possible questions on was not so much the ladder truck, because I think most have been aware that we've been saving for that, and we're continuing to save and intend to have the full amount by the time this rolls around, was the just how we were going to procure this particular vehicle. And so we have an opportunity to work with Canoe, which is a nonprofit organization that works with exclusively, I believe, with local governments across Canada, originated in Alberta and then expanded across the nation. And so there's no cost for us to work with Canoe. They do all the legwork and have secured vendors and done all the research. And everything that we have looked into tells us that this is a great opportunity for us and should do nothing but provide a better product at a better price. And so that's why we've brought it forward to you.
Okay. And I guess not like purchasing a vehicle where there's 20 different places to buy from. I'm assuming like this kind of specialty stuff, there's
That's
probably
correct.
not a long list.
It is. It's very specialized. And again, that's where Canoe has worked with vendors to source certain things out. It just gives, the process gives us flexibility to make sure that we get something that is of value and works for us, as opposed to just a cookie cutter kind of approach, which when you're buying something of this nature and this value, it's imperative that, we give the most value to the taxpayers as we possibly can, and ensuring that we're getting the best product. And we believe that this is exactly that.
Appreciate that. So, and then you had the Deputy Fire Chief here just in case there was questions.
If there was any
Okay, I
technical
wasn't
questions
sure.
about the ladder truck itself,
Okay.
why, what, he's here to answer those.
Perfect. Just make sure I didn't miss anything. So, any discussion? No? All right, I will call this motion to vote.
You got off easy, Todd.
Vote is closed. It's carried, so thanks for coming in, Todd.
Oh, your presence here is so overwhelming.
On that note.
And then next, 9.4, report number 24-014 from the Development Service Manager regarding 1001 95th Avenue remedial action request from owner for extension.
Just so you know, the staff sergeant is here.
Oh,
Add him to the agenda.
all right, 9.4. I guess one, I think I'm going to recess right away. That's why I didn't go to 9.2, so we can chat with them. So. 9.4. Oh.
Do you want me to speak
Yes,
to it?
please.
So through your worship, 9.4. So this property, we had received some complaints about it, and at a previous meeting, council had resolved to move forward with the remedial action process. The owner of the property doesn't live in town, but has been very willing to work with us on this, and they've secured the building, and we've had some challenges with becoming open again, and they've secured it. So we feel very confident that they're working with us. They're doing some hazardous materials testing, and staff doesn't feel that there's any risk to the community by granting an extension for an extended period and just allow the owner to try and get through the process, because they do want to deal with the demolition themselves. At least that's what we believe at this point. And that's always the best way to go for us.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow?
I'd be pleased to move the recommendation. That is the report 24-014 from the Development Services Manager, re 1001 95th Avenue remedial action request from owner for extension be received. Further, that Council grants the owner extension to February the 14th, 2024 to have the remedial action requirements passed by Council at the regular meeting held on Monday, December the 11th, 2023 completed.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick, any discussion? All right, I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. I am going to call just like a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back. So, Council for Monday, January 15th, back to order. Next order business is 9.2, we have report number 24-005 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2024 Draft 1 revised budget discussion. I guess, do we make a recommendation and then speak to it, or do you want, Melissa, you wanted to?
I just thought maybe Melissa could just walk through a bit of a preamble of changes and then.
Okay. Yeah, if you wanted to do that, Melissa, then.
It's for information.
Okay, Councillor McDonald will make a motion for discussion. Second, Councillor Parslow. I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. So Melissa, welcome and thank you for the report. So,
Thank you. So you'll see in the report that there were some changes, even though we're talking about a draft 1 revised discussion here, that any big changes that we knew before the deadline of the report we've put in. And so I broke the summaries down between the operating and the capital fund. Within operating, there were some minor adjustments under 50,000. The largest one was the addition for some ice plant maintenance of 287,000. And looking at that with the work that's already being done, that will occur as well. We reduced pool revenues and looking at the pool being shut down for longer because we're planning for some grout work to be done. In looking at the capital fund, we eliminated one project. There was some additional funds needed for another, and there is 2 new projects that are being proposed in the budget binder. 330,000 for a temporary public works yard site office, and 3 million for a new project related to the Wilson Road water bypass. And then I've also included the revised budgeted reserve tables as well. And so I'm available for questions in this report or also the original to have a conversation.
thank you, Melissa. And thank you for all the work too that's went into this. I know it's a lot, so thank you. I will open it up for discussion. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I've enjoyed the benefit of meeting with Melissa and Kevin. Went through the budget, and so in general, it is what it is, right? What it has to be. There are some points that I think I hope there's some serious. No, ignore that. I hope we have some discussion about, particularly in the capital side. And I just want to be on record as expressing a little anxiety about the tax rate adjustment. I think it's insufficient. I hate to say that, but I really believe it's insufficient. I know it's based upon the 5-year plan, but that's just a plan, so it isn't gospel, it isn't something that we have to follow. It's just a plan at that time. I'm sure my colleagues on this side of the room have been hearing the tax rate increases proposed in other jurisdictions. I haven't heard one that's as low as this. And so our chat on a Thursday was, with all the various long-term needs vis-a-vis having a reasonable capital asset management plan, dealing with our inflation costs, our salary increases, and our need to be prepared to deal with some capital issues that are coming our way very quickly. Is it wise? Is this increase sufficient? We do know, based upon more information that the staff received and is built into this budget, that the alarm expressed through the chamber around a cumulative impact of assessment increase and tax rate increase was a premature call by the chamber, because the assessment increase information now is, correct me, just jump in please if I make an incorrect statement, but it seems to be pretty flat. The assessment, overall assessment, which was anticipated but in the chamber presentation in about the 4.5% range, is much less than that. It's about 0.2%. Doesn't matter. It's in that vicinity. So we're just looking. So I just want my colleagues on this side just to know that I really asked you questions about that and the sufficiency of that. Being on council a long time, we know that, I know that past councils have said, oh, gee, our assessment has gone up. We can hold our tax rate at 0, and they did that for years. And the development that occurred in this community with the Reventive Centre, formerly the Encana Centre, and the KPAC, and the money that was used to sustain that capital, which has then had repercussions on our road and sidewalk system. And there was no budgeted increase that was reflected in a tax rate change to meet the high operating costs of these two new assets, has put us into the position we're in. And I just say we have to think long term, and I sure hope that we do have a fairly robust capital asset management plan. It will never be able to have one that takes care of everything, but one that at least we can use and works for us. So that's my big concern, is about the tax rate.
I think too, to add to, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
What you
Sorry,
said
Doug.
about the event center. Just to add to what you said about, thank you, Councillor, the event center and the KPAC, but the added cost for infrastructure there. But also in that time, we had a large increase of new residential development and properties as well, right? So you add the pressure of all that and not have any tax rate increases, then it all adds to it. So, but yeah, I just wanted to add to that. Sorry, Councillor Parcel.
No, it's good to have a discussion about this. And then, so that's the first part. Section B, again, I would suggest that the conversation we had with our MLA and the visit of the visit by Kevin Fulton and Alice Ross and their meetings with some other elected bodies, and what we heard, again, just adds to my concern around the heavy dependence we have on the fair share and the economic vitality of the community, and that's a worry. I don't see in this budget, and I don't think it would be reasonable to expect it, because we as a council and staff need to have a discussion. But we're working away, and I applaud that, on this towards this 70-30. But I did say, you know, when you think so closely with your staff and such good relationships, but I said, one thing I think we do need to clean up is this issue of the 70-30 and the 60-25-15. Because this budget is being developed with the 70-30 in mind, and I personally accept that, but I do think we need to have a discussion where we either we rescind that 60-25-15, so it's on the books, so another new council comes along and they start digging into things, and so I want us to put that on the future agenda. But staff is working away, and I appreciate that. But is there going to be down the road can you see some big decision points whereby we have to say we need to cut something big to achieve the 70-30? Or do you see that we can just, and I don't mean this in a negative way at all, slide gracefully to that 70-30? Are there some big decision points that you see being needed in the next couple of years or so to help us get to that point?
So, through your worship, I'm glad you brought up the 70-30 and the 60-25-15, because we did discuss that last week.
Yeah.
And we had discussed it, I think, through the budget assumptions. And so I again went back into my notes and just where this arrived from. And this was from a policy update in 2023. Councillor Barzil had brought forward the memo, and where he highlighted the why he believed it should be 60% PRA to capital, 25% of PRA to asset management, specific reserve, and 15% to operating/debt repayment. I went back and I believe that was the intent, although unfortunately at the time I should have asked for a clearer resolution, because the resolution only said 25% of PRA to capital specific for asset management by 2030. It didn't say 60, 25, 15. And so it is open to interpretation. I do believe that was council's intent, but I agree we should come back and we should solidify that and just have it, and then it's explicitly clear. So there is a little bit of ambiguity there, so there's that.
That's something that we should separately be brought up after.
Oh, it's future policy.
Just that way it can be reflected into the budget documents as we move forward.
That's the second time it's been brought up in the
Yeah.
last year. Yeah.
So the other part was, do you see us being able to manage this creep towards 70/30 without maybe curtailing a service or two?
Right now, I'd say yes, we do, but that certain things, those are assumptions. Those are based always on assumptions, and we had that this year where we assumed assessment was going to climb. It didn't. I would say right now, based on what we hope to see over the next 5 and 6 years, that we are going to get there without significant service cuts. But that is always subject to change. And again, I think the challenge that we will see is when we have our asset management plan and that information brought forward this year in front of council, then developing strategies and actions on how to fund it, that will probably answer that question better, because that may have, subsequent, or will have impacts. I think some of those decisions are still to come, and we'll see what that looks like.
Thank you.
So just there's no mention in this budget document about the replacement of the grandstand at the Exhibition Society. And I did apologize, I didn't talk about that with you, but what's the status of the grandstand?
So through your worship, there is a number of projects that are not in here.
Okay.
That's not the only one. There is a lot of projects, and again, it goes back to that asset management that is going to very clearly identify all of those assets that need to get on a list and on a timeline, and then to be funded. But yeah, you're correct. It's we're aware of it, but again, it's not on this particular plan.
Thank you.
Page 30, just a statement. While I appreciate the Lakota Center and the volunteers and so on, I do know that any time you increase tax rates, it's easy for many to absorb that, and for others, it's just another cost that they can barely manage. And I noticed that we spend $158,000, or the plan, sorry, is to spend $158,451 at the Lakota Center. Doesn't deal with capital issues here, just operating. $47,000 on natural gas, $41,000 on electricity, $45,000 on insurance. So we are probably one of two. There's only two municipalities that actually have stables. And I'm wondering why the people who use it are not bearing that cost.
10%.
Should we be looking at that?
So through your worship, that is certainly a direction the council could make for staff to look into that and to do it further. I believe stemming from when we built the multiplex, which Lakota is part of that, it probably evolved from what these groups had before them, which was use at the exhibition grounds, and then the fact that we were bringing a new facility on, they'd be able to use it. And they operate it. They pay their operational expenses for what they do. They pay a portion of utility through the release agreements. And I know when those negotiations were had that there was some challenges to get that. But again, if that's the direction of council, it could be pursued.
So they pay a portion of their utilities? 15%?
That's correct.
The same as all leases.
Yeah.
And the insurance is liability insurance, or is it building insurance?
So through your worship, I'm going to suspect that is building insurance or a portion thereof, and it might be split because it's one facility. They might be split out through those different portions.
I can understand the building insurance. It's the liability insurance. I wonder why we would be paying for that.
I would assume they'd have their own liability policy. It says in here, I mean, I didn't do this, but it says building insurance.
Oh, yeah, it does say, thank you. It says building insurance. Yeah, okay, well, I think you're probably right then. I missed that. Now, what wages are associated with the climbing wall? Once upon a time, I would look at the climbing wall's wages, and it was something in the $20,000 range. Has the program expanded, or what is it? Or are we putting some of the costs of the reception staff into that?
Kevin, do you want Ryan to answer that? Ryan?
Yes. Hi. Good question. So we dug into that.
Yeah.
I think some of it right now is there's a miscoding of some of the hours or some of the staff that has gone to the climbing wall, but actually needs to go to back to the pool. And part of that, I believe, is we have changed. I'm going to use the word model of. We used to have slide attendants at the pool, and then we had climbing wall attendants. And so they were two different things, two very specific items, two very specific challenges to perhaps staff independently of each other. So we've gone through as part of our, we use the word reorganization, to change that so it's a facility attendant, I'm going to call it, and that they will be able to do both. And so there's I believe, and I need to dig a little bit deeper, that there's a calculation error in terms of the hours of going one here and one there, that I think there's too many hours going to the climbing wall side.
Okay.
So the net effect may be the same within the budget, it's just looking higher on the climbing wall at this time.
Right. And on the same page, I just circled, and we did have a bit of discussion about this, the 1.8 million operating plan here for the swimming pool, and some other documents that had been produced that showed a net cost of 700,000, but it was a bit of an apples to oranges comparison. So I'm just saying, that to me the swimming pool is one of our jewels. It provides a lot of very valuable services. And all I'm just saying is there were some documents that Melissa, you had it right at your fingertips there, that showed a 700,000 net cost, whereas really the net cost is in the area of about 1.3 million. I don't know what we can do about that. It is what it is. It's a beautiful asset to have. So I've asked a number of questions. I just want to talk about the section F, but perhaps, Mayor, you may want to just have discussions about operating, and we talked about the capital item, because this is the only area I'm going to get into from the point of view of specific projects. So I was wondering if it would allow me to come back at budget when people have had a chance to talk about it.
So you're suggesting maybe we talk about the first part and then leave the capital till the end?
That's
and then
my
we can-
suggestion, yeah.
I think I'm fine with that, so, yeah.
Okay, so I finished.
You got that on record that I was fine with you coming back, so. Any other?
Of all the new policies, if you're not going to use them to stop Charlie from talking.
What did he say?
Nothing. I had a few comments just on some of this before. I also have a few on capital, but I guess, Melissa, on section B on the description, I guess it'd be page 8. It's got air transportation, just a 37% decrease, and then recreation, a 21% increase, just on fees and charges. I know, I'm just kind of curious to why or what those numbers are. I know there's other ones in there, but those are just two significant ones, so. Or to Kevin.
So through your worship, on the air transportation, it's mainly fuel.
Okay.
We won't be selling as much because we don't have a scheduled airline, and that's so we've accounted for less revenue.
Did we have scheduled in 2023?
Some of it,
First 2-3 months.
yeah.
Oh, was it the first
And
couple
then
ones?
we also had, during the fire season, I
Had
think
more?
we had a fair amount of fuel sales
Okay.
then. So again, conservatively,
Yeah.
not
Okay.
wishing for a fire season,
No.
so.
Yeah, we
And
don't wanna budget
sorry,
that.
the other one was,
Just the recreation has a 21% increase in fees and charges, so it's just,
go ahead. Melissa will just touch on that.
okay.
The bulk of the increases for recreation is we're just seeing more, the revenues jump back from COVID, and
Oh, okay.
we're adjusting to reflect the actuals that we're seeing within the 2023 year.
Okay.
So we're able to increase quite a few different areas.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then on page 19, you don't have to turn to this one, just the NCLGA conference. I was just going through, the differences in the categories, but, so it's a $170,000 cost to the municipality to hold the conference, like the NCLGA, they don't cover portions of that, or am I missing a revenue intake somewhere else? Yeah, I remember seeing something before on that, but on page 19, under the economic development expenditures, it's just got the budget of last year, the budget and then the actual. So it was actually $223,000 to the NCLGA conference. Was that just to host it?
There'd be revenue, wouldn't there, from everybody attending?
So through your worship, when you look at that, what you have is the one column, which is year-to-date of 92,000, and then you see the budget was 135, so it's not combined. We had a budget of 135 in '23, and we spent 92. Now, this won't show the revenue side either. Revenue would be separate to this.
But the line right above it, it says there was also a budget of 35.
Oh, sorry.
And then 131,000 to
Yeah,
the
you're right,
contract.
the contracts. I just can't remember off the top. We did
I
finally
know.
get it. I mean, there was a cost to it, but we
But
had
it'd be
revenue
offset.
that offset that.
Okay. I just
We can
kind of
find
like the
that.
number jumped out a bit, so.
Yeah, we'll take a look and just get the revenue side, then we can give you a clear picture on that.
Okay. And then just to touch a little bit on, Councillor Parslow brought up the tax rate, and then I know that, we were on the first draft or assumption report, we were, the assessment value, we were thinking was going to be higher, so, and I know there's been some changes in here, but do you feel, like, where do you feel like that is? Because, it's,
Yeah.
I think it was going to be close to 10%, right, with that, both, and now it's significantly lower.
Yeah, so through your worship, we had a anticipated 4.5% lift in assessment, and we had a proposed 4.5% tax increase. As Councillor Parslow pointed out, we've basically had assessments flat for all intents and purposes. So the only reason we were able to accommodate it at this point within the draft is because we had exceptional interest revenue on our investments. And so we were able to absorb it through there. Now, if, and this is why we have these conversations, is if council would rather that investment revenue be maintained and maybe transferred to reserves, then that would mean subsequently there would have to be an adjustment to the tax rate. We certainly wouldn't want to count on our investment revenue to help offset tax rates every year, because that's not a guarantee in any sense. It was fortunate this year because of how things went. And so that's the way it was laid out at this point. But again, open to adjust that however council wishes.
So without that, so if we decided we didn't want it to go that way, then we would either have to increase rates more, or we then cut services.
That's correct.
Yeah, so this is just a way that
we were able to
the workings of the city, the team at the city, has put us in a position where we don't have to raise it more.
That's correct. We went through, holding that tax rate based on the assumptions we'd made previously and accommodating it through revenue that was somewhat unexpected, I guess, in a nice way. But again, that's not a long-term strategy, obviously.
No.
But we were able to do it for this year if council wishes. If not, then we'll look at different options.
And like you said, a lot of that is, there's some assumptions there, but based on these rates, you feel that this is doable this year. And obviously if, interest, all that changes next year, we'll have to revisit it then. Okay. Okay, thank you. The rest of mine were capital, so I'll pass to Councillor Earl.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to staff for the updated document. I know how much, or I could only imagine how much work goes into it. I'll try and be reasonably quick. So I guess a lot of my questions focus around kind of how we're going to sustain our budgets moving forward and the costs. First one being insurance seems to be going up pretty dramatically across the board. Is this something, or for this year, is this something we anticipate with the increase in wildfires and the variability in the climate and our local weather systems is going to be built into future budgets as accelerating at a faster rate than maybe we were accustomed to? And is that something we're going to see?
So through your worship, I believe you're absolutely correct that we've seen insurance increase. I don't have a sense that that's going to slow down. The vulnerability of, as you've indicated, whether it's fire, flood, or otherwise, is really pushing that. And we're aware of that and anticipating it. And it is a big pressure for us.
Mm-hmm. I guess another pressure, and something that I don't know if it's appropriate to be included in a budget document, but something I'd like us to begin looking for a way to track is the costs of downloading and how decisions made at other levels of government impact our budgeting on it. One example is always the RCMP and negotiations with the fire department. Both of those contracts are decided at different levels of government. The RCMP federally, in the lower mainland, whatever's negotiated for the fire department becomes the wage for firefighters all across the province. And this year that was, I think, around a $500,000 or $600,000 increase to our budget for contracts that we had no hand in negotiating before a single vote was taken. I do worry, as my colleague Councillor Parslow and the mayor talk about, long-term sustainability and just other things, the wildfire management and the employee we may be bringing on board to manage emergencies moving forward. Have a handle, number one, on what those costs are and how they seem to be, once again, accelerating and increasing annually. And number one, know that so we can plan for it. And number two, understand that so when we do have a chance to talk to other levels of government, be able to lay out to them in cold, hard figures, this is what your decisions are compelling us to do with respect to our local services that we can provide.
Yeah, there are a number of costs that we have absolutely no say in, but we're left paying for. And
I mean,
yeah, it'd be interesting. I don't believe but we could pull something together that would highlight those areas.
We're not in control of it, but we are responsible for it.
Yeah.
And certainly, we pay 70% of the RCMP contract, and I don't think that comes with a proportionate amount of oversight or policy input when it comes to policing or the criminal justice system. So just, I guess, a thought with respect to how we are staying ahead of the curve with respect to costs. And that's something that the longer I'm in office, the more it weighs on my mind is how, at the end of the day, there's only one pocket, irrespective of which jurisdiction, which level of government is increasing that spending. There's only one taxpayer at the bottom of that funnel to take from. So, when the provincial and the federal government increase fees and taxes, it's very little solace to the average person for us to say, you don't understand, we need more money because it's a different jurisdiction. For them, they just see the government accounting for an increasing share of their income. And I guess that lastly kind of brings us to taxes and where we are on that. I mean, to Councillor Parslo's point, historically for a number of years, we were adding services and programs that we weren't paying for out of with an increase in spending. And that has had, I think, an obscuring or kind of a warping effect on the public's understanding of what it costs to actually provide services and run the community at the level they expect anyway. And to try and play catch up to that is difficult. So I agree that the money we're spending obviously doesn't cover the cost of the things we've already onboarded and bought. On a year-over-year basis, though, I think this year in particular is particularly tough for people between inflation and interest rates, and that as we look to smooth, what was Councillor Parslo's description, a smooth landing or slide into home plate on this one. We look at how we're pacing that and understand that we're going to have to adjust on a annually, and that's why we do a budget annually, is because things do change. Assessments aren't what we hoped they were. Expenses come in above what we wanted, or interest comes in above. So I appreciate the thought you guys put into this, and I hope the public does too. We'll see. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. My colleagues have brought up most of my concerns, but I think in regards to sustainability of our services and everything else, I think Councillor Parslow just barely brushed on it, but we need to be very aware that our provincial government's choices right now in regards to our natural resources and our PRA money, that money's going to start declining if they go on with their Clean BC plan. Trying to get to a 60-25-15 is going to be even harder and needs to be very well thought about, because the Clean BC plan is going to start lowering that money and quickly. And we need to be very aware, and tax increases are a terrible thing to discuss, especially right now, but we need to be very aware and very cognizant about what we're doing moving forward here.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald.
Just a supplementary question through you to staff, going off of Councillor McDonald's question. The current Peace River Accord agreement, does that go till 2030 before it's up for renewal, or is it up for, when is it up for renegotiation next?
So through your worship, I was looking at those agreement documents. There is no actual, that I saw, date that is up for renewal. They talk about a number of checkpoints where they look at the formula, look at the annual increase amounts and things like that, stretching out to 2039. But it doesn't talk about an actual renewal
Okay.
date.
So, and I mean, it's been some time since I've reviewed the document. To Councillor McDonald's point, if the province is ultimately planning, whether or not they intend it, the ultimate result is going to be that royalty revenue from natural resources may account for, a decreasing proportion of the province's revenue. Is there any potential, I guess, for that to impact the aggregate amount of money being allocated for the Peace River Accord in between now and when the agreement is set to expire? Because, as he said, that could dramatically change the outlook for this community's finances.
So through your worship, right now, the way it's worded is that there's a 2% escalator on the amount each year.
2%, if the amount is decreasing by 5 or 10 million a year, is my concern.
But we are, Dawson and Fort St. John are on the committee that meets with the province a couple times a year to discuss the agreement. And then one of the other members that in the region rotate through. So this year, I believe it's Dawson, Fort St. John, and Poos. And so we chatted, or we had an email exchange with the province a week or two ago, and we'll be having a sit down with them here probably in June. And then we do again at UBCM. So it's certainly something that we can bring up with them about concerns around the policy side that might in turn affect.
Don't go giving them any ideas.
No.
But thank you.
Councillor Barzal.
Well, the assessment of the industrial base is my main concern, and that would take some time for that to be affected by any of this clean BC stuff. I would think. But again, it just illustrates. I don't want us to have, as I said earlier, last week, an Osoyus whereby we know it's coming, and then suddenly it's here, right? So we have to use some common sense and judgment on that, for sure. But I don't think I think the main driver is assessment, is it not? Not rather than royalties. Am I wrong in that?
Yeah, I believe it's the assessment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
on certain classes.
So it takes time for that to be adjusted, but in the meantime, we should continue working towards our goal.
Yeah.
Even 30% left is still, what is that, $5 million? Still, suddenly that was to disappear. I don't think it will just disappear overnight, but I think it will.
Gradually.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to take it upon myself to jump into the capital projects part at the back. So I might have a few questions. I'll go through them, but.
So through your worship,
F.
just before you leave that, Melissa did find the revenue side on the NCLGA.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And that's on page 15. And 189,000
Okay.
revenue.
So we made money?
No, because it cost 220.
No, a little bit less.
of a loss, but yeah. Okay.
Does that include the revenue to the NCLGA to the Ovintiv Center? Or is that a separate item?
Likely not. That would be a separate entity.
Okay, so the food and beverage, which is
Right.
a big piece of that, isn't accounted for in that revenue?
That's correct. This would be just our portion of that revenue.
Okay, so it could, in a roundabout way, still come
it
out
was
in the
probably-
wash as a net positive.
It was probably very positive for the
Okay, cool.
event center.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I did have one. The value. Sorry, just the number, before I jump into what I just talked about, I was going to ask something about, one of the earlier comments and questions was about the interest off of, we've made on reserves and stuff that has helped with this. What is that number? Like what, do we have an exact number that we, in 2023?
Yeah, what we. Yeah. We'll pull that up and we'll
Okay.
get that, so I'll dig that up and then we'll
Okay.
get back to you on that right away.
Perfect. So just into the capital projects, I had one just on the facilities, so the city hall capacity and security renovations. Just one on the description, it said 2 bylaw officers. We have 3 now. Is that just a typo or is one not a bylaw officer? 'Cause I
No,
thought
this was likely put together before we had the additional one arrive.
Okay, I was just curious to that. And then, so the 80,000 with the increased staffing, I know that there's already been some work done at City Hall to increase capacity. So is this more on top of that, or was this just kind of a
Yeah.
carryover from last year?
Do you want to speak to it, Devin? He'll give you a bit of a synopsis of what it is.
Okay.
Through your worship, we did some work this year to accommodate the new bylaw officer that we got through the NDIT grant. This $80,000 as proposed is for, as I noted here, security and accessibility, noting that with, there just needs to be a bit of improved security measures in City Hall, as well as accessibility for the public. Currently, somebody coming in with accessible needs doesn't have really anywhere. All of our counters are quite high, counter height, when they should be a little bit lower. So this would go towards that as well.
Does that include the washroom accessibility as well?
It does, and it doesn't. I think part of it will probably go towards it, but.
Okay. Okay. It wasn't a huge number, but it was just a question I had going through it. I know the next one is the page over, just on the paid on-call PPE and pagers. I know that we've had a lot of discussion around the PPE with the fire department, and I know that there's talk that they're upgrading all of their clothing because of, for reasons, but I guess we're spending 63,000 or proposed budget for this for on-call. So is this like the volunteer firefighters? And then I guess the other part is it lists in here coveralls and, all this equipment. That isn't the new stuff. Do you know what I know they're waiting for the newer technology to come out because we're going to have a larger one. So, and I don't know how many times the on-call is utilized. So I just wanted to ask the question.
So through your worship, we do have to replace that gear every so many years. I think that it has to happen just from a health and safety aspect. Sorry?
7.
I'm pretty sure when Todd was here last time talking about this, he said 7 years.
Yeah. Just from built-up health and safety concerns with that. The paid on-call, we're rebuilding that program, and we've got, I think, 7 or 8 members that come to training every Tuesday for that. The challenge with that is they're only utilized when all the firefighters are utilized, like on all calls, because that's the union agreement that we have, and I'm sure it's no different than anywhere else, is that the paid professional firefighters will be called first, and then subsequently, if there's still a need for more, then the paid on-calls come. But we still need to have proper gear and all that for them, so if they are called. If we don't do this, we will have no hope of having any paid on calls or a volunteer basis to draw on into the future. So,
Do you know the number of, how many incidents where they're reaching out to the on-call? Like, as if in the agreement, all.
yeah, it's only on all calls, and we don't have, so an example of an all call is going to be a larger fire. We don't have a ton of those, thankfully, every year.
Yeah.
So that limits it. But it's, you want to develop the program, and council was clear previously that they wanted to develop the program, and then, but they don't get utilized, and that's a contractual issue. But again, like that's, I don't think Dawson Creek's any different than any other professional firefighting shop. So.
Yeah, okay. The next page of Kelvin Crook, the replacement heating and cooling units. So this is significant at $357,000. I look at a 10-year-old building. We've chatted a little bit about this, but was this stuff not replaced then, or is this is just the wear and tear and the maintenance on it? I just wasn't sure, like the actual build. I wasn't involved with it, so I don't know, like if maybe this wasn't done then and it's just part of the plan to.
Yeah, and I don't think anything's been replaced to date. Ryan may have some additional information there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, through your worship. Building's 10 years old. Some of those pieces of equipment that are in the basement that heats and that moves up to the individual rooms have started to fail. The replacement parts for those units are long gone. They're obsolete, so we unfortunately need to look to replace those core HVAC units so we can continue the proper heating and cooling of the entire facility. Right now, we're spending a substantial amount of staff time and duct tape, to ensure that we're continuing heating and cooling the facility.
Okay, thank you. I guess maybe Melissa or Kevin, but so a capital expenditure, isn't that supposed to be something new? Like, so when you're spending $357,000 on this one, for example, this isn't new, so is this just not repairs? Because I know from a CRA standpoint and on expenditures or capital expenses, you can write them off and depreciate them over certain times, but when you're, but not all equipment is associated that way. It depends. So that's why, where do you draw the line between this as a repair and a capital expenditure, I guess?
So I'm understanding that these are going to be full units, and so they would be capitalized. If we were going in and, repairing a belt or a motor of a component of the unit, then I would look at repairs and maintenance. But there is that balance of looking at a building of whole and extending the useful life of the building. But the heating unit, if those are going to fail, the building's not going to be considered to be useful. So something like that, when you're looking at full new units and the cost, we would capitalize them.
Okay, thank you. And then Public Works, yard, site office. I guess my thoughts just on this, is this a short-term Band-Aid or, and with all due respect to why we need it, I get that. But I'm just wondering, it's a significant amount of money. Is this, a long-term fix, or is it just a short-term Band-Aid, and then is it going to end us? Or are we just avoiding what we really need to deal with, and that's a facility?
I'll let maybe Devin, we've done a lot of work in the last 6 months on this particular item, a planning meeting with staff, going through things, and then just why we're doing what we're doing, and a bit of a horizon timeline, what our plan is.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, through your worship. So the Parks site office is $330,000 request. We've looked at for a couple of years now, the park staff needing a place to meet. Currently, they meet outside in the weather. They don't have a place really to do paperwork or things like that. In really poor weather, they shuffle into the pool shed. But this would give them a employee space, an employee workspace where they can do things like safety reporting and time sheets that are going digitally soon. Now, we're looking at the whole Public Works yards area as a whole. There's over 60 staff there between Public Works, the mechanics, the park staff, as well as the airport staff are close. We're looking at likely a timeline of 2 to 3 years to have a building built if we're going to build a space for them. In those 2 to 3 years, to rent a site office is about $50,000 a year. And that is money that's just spent. So looking at potentially a modular unit that we could purchase, we could have on site that would retain its value. Whether we chose to use it for something else after, it can be repurposed, or if we choose to sell it after, we can actually make some money back off of it. And that will help us, depending on how we move through these engagement sessions with our staff and figure out what the solutions are at the yard site, it can help us with that final solution too, potentially. Just keeps our options open and provides a space for our staff while we're there.
So the bigger picture is that there's something that's needed down there.
Yes, and there is a capital program in there as well for design of the buildings, and that would be what that's for. We've done the geotechnical already. Now we're looking at bringing some architects in to have a look and see what the layout is. We've already done engagement with our staff. I've done multiple hour engagement with our staff to figure out what they see they need out there, and we have a pretty good idea. And now the next step is finding what that solution looks like and bringing that to you for your consideration.
And I guess just to add to what you said on the depreciation, so we buy this for $330 versus renting it for $50,000, and then you're saying that they don't depreciate. Is that not questioning that at all? But is there that's known out there that people buy and sell these all day long and they don't go down in value?
I'm not saying that they don't depreciate, but they depreciate much less than we lose on a rental. It's about $56,000 a year in change that I got from a verbal quote to rent these units. Plus there's the transportation fee and the setup fee and the demob fee on each side. They do depreciate, but a used unit was only, I think, $50,000 to $80,000 less than a new unit. Okay. So they're, especially in this area, modular site offices, you look at the hospital, there's 13 of them there. So they get used quite often, and they are mobilized quite regularly in our area.
Yeah. Thank you. I just got a few more, so I'll jump through these and I'll turn it over, sorry. I'm taking too long. Councillor Parslow. Just the camera replacement, there's that budget of $30,000. I guess just more of a update. I know there was a motion moved forward earlier this year about looking at cameras, in public spaces in downtown. And is that just tabled for this year? Or are you still working on that, or where is that?
That's security cameras downtown.
Page 85. Oh, it's under the carry forward? Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. It's under carry forward. Okay, I missed that. So. And then the next one, the Kin Park Trail Network, this is totally off, not a budget line, but there's a blue line on that. It's on page 86. I just wasn't sure what that blue line was, so I asked, and that is where the new trail will eventually move to, because the one that's running on the north side by the riverbanks is sloughing off. So this isn't happening this year, but that's what the proposal will be in future years. That's where the trail is going to move to. So they just have that in there. So I thought it was the sewer trunk at first, and then so I just thought I would bring that up for everybody's knowledge. And then the downtown traffic lights at 470. Is this at both intersections downtown, or is this just the one? No, this is both. So this is at the Mile Zero post, and then the one south. Okay, so the two intersections, the one by the Royal Bank corner, and then the next one up,
Or not,
by the Mile Zero post, or not Royal Bank,
not Royal, but,
yeah, Dawson Creek Remax.
102 and 103.
Okay. And then my last one for now. I think this answered myself, just the tandem axle dump truck. So this is just replacing a unit that we use. This isn't taken away from ones we rent out from the private sector. Right?
No, this is a replacement for what we currently use.
Yeah, okay. I will open it up to council now. Sorry, I spoke too long, as Councillor Parslow said, so I apologize for that. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I just have a couple of supplementary to your comments, actually. For the Calvin Crux Center, we didn't get an actual answer there. When we took that building over 10 years ago, did we replace the HVAC units then? Because 10-year for a commercial HVAC unit is not good. That is a quick need to replace. We should be getting 20 to 25 years out of that, should we not?
So through your worship, when this project was done, everything, the building was completely gutted. It was all brand new. But there was an aspiration to have the building reach LEED certifications, which involved some probably more sophisticated type of equipment. And honestly, I wasn't involved with it at the time, but I believe that there was probably issues with commissioning, and a lot of it just never really did operate that well. We had, as Ryan indicated, over the years we've spent a lot of time trying to get it to work, and I don't personally know the extents of why the failure, but I was talking to the mayor about this a little bit earlier. Is the newer technology, the higher efficiency of all this equipment seems to mean that it has a shorter lifespan. And I don't disagree. I would hope it would last 20 years.
Yes.
But I know when you look at, residential things, these high efficiency furnaces, boilers, appliances, man, you get 5-6 years, everybody's happy. But you're paying top dollar for this. And I just don't understand how that is actually any more efficient or better for the environment, when these things are getting scrapped. But, and I don't know if that's transcending into the commercial line as well. And that's my own personal feeling on some of these things. I talk to a lot of people, and everybody seems to be experiencing the same thing. It's the old, they don't make it like they used to. You go to an older home and there's a furnace in there from the 60s, and she's just running.
Yeah.
And go to a new place and they're replacing it after 6-7 years.
Yeah.
So it's a shame. It's actually disgraceful that they're not building these things to last. And again, I don't know if that's the case here, but I am worried that we are going to see more and more of this. We hear stories of pools out there that equipment is failing, prematurely, and and ice plants or whatever. It's happening.
Okay.
Things are not lasting like they used to, and I don't know why.
Okay. So this proposed unit then to replace, are we going down the same road here? We're looking at a 10-year life, or are we trying to find something that's going to be better, more long-lasting?
I think as always, we're looking to find the best bang for buck, but also to provide something for long term. The units that are in the building, I believe that in the basement, these Mitsubishi units there's 5 or 6 of them in the basement, and they feed the Mitsubishi units that are in each of the meeting rooms that you can set and control, temperature control each of the individual units. So our intention is to find a similar like product to help offset what's in the individual meeting spaces and rooms as well. So we need to go through. We still need to go through that process, but we're working through several contractors to, as we've identified the issues, trying to solve the problems to get, and that's where we've come up with the dollar value with it. So we are looking to replace I think it's 5 units in the basement that have failed. I think actually 3 of them have completely failed right now, and that they do need to be replaced. Whether it's Mitsubishi or whatever brand or whatever it is, we'll be going through that process.
Okay. And the idea of having 4 or 5 units that are controlling 4 or 5 different areas is just so we're not heating wasted space or non-used space, wasted heat.
Correct.
Wasted energy.
Yeah.
Okay. Another one I had for supplementary, that Public Works Yard Site Office, we had talked before, beginning of last year, there's that massive white tent sitting on the property of the old hospital. Did we ever pursue that for ourselves to acquire that for Public Works?
So through your worship, I don't believe we've had any conversations with them as of yet. That likely will still be in use for a couple of years.
Did Graham acquire that then, or was that Northern Health? Who owns that tent then?
I know a little bit about it. It's Northern Health, and I did have that discussion with them as well as the property. They're just not making any decisions till it comes down to the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I had for now.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship, and I guess through you to staff. With respect to the capital, the consulting design services, 500,000 for that, for planning and consulting for upcoming capital paving projects. So is that for years following 2024's planned paving? Because I see the paving projects in there themselves, and I know generally that planning piece is part of the overall project. So I'm just wondering how we've broken that out.
So
current and future years.
The engineering in 24 will be for 25 projects. We're always a year ahead on that. And then that cost is broken out into the project in 25.
So, but obviously it's not going to appear in the 2025 budget in those particular paving projects. That'll already be, just wondering how we're accounting for that.
It'll be expended in 24.
Okay,
The project will
but
be
the
in
total
25.
project cost doesn't change. Like if we spend 10%, I guess, for engineering on $1.5 million road, the road when it appears in the following year's capital isn't 1.35 million. It's still at budgeted at 1.5 million, is it not? Just for the sake of
I see what you're
accounting?
saying is have we accounted for it twice?
Yeah.
And I don't believe so, but we will double check that.
All right, just curious. Either way, good to see.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Is there any other discussion on?
I thought you'd be having lunch.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, don't ignore them.
Close this out, buddy.
Councillor Parslow? I don't want
You wanna
to go for the
continue?
line. I don't want to go in the middle of.
Okay,
discussion.
so notice, just want to make a note that I know you've got, staff has it in hand, but in case any of you aren't in, this council engaged with staff in some action planning. And one of the flags I want to raise is some of what is in those action plans, I imagine, will require funding. Some of it operational, some of it may be capital. None of that's reflected in here at this time, but will be brought forward at a future budget meeting and they may supersede some of these items, or it may mean more money to be found, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. A question, thanks to my colleague Kyle here. In the capital asset plan, I've always made this assumption that it isn't just the building and stuff. It's also things such as HVAC, aren't they? They will be in this. Won't you have a multi-year plan for the replacement for HVAC in that, and maybe other infrastructure within the building? Is of a capital nature?
So through your worship, I believe that it will look at the components of the asset.
Yes. Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. And so mention was made about public works. We've been talking about that for at least a decade. But just again, until we have our capital asset plan, which comes first? Public works or the fire hall? Our regional director colleagues have been saving their money for this fire hall, right? 10%, they've got it there. We've got nothing. What are we going to do about that? And we'll find out, presumably, when we get this capital asset plan. We have some decision points. Again, I'm switching back to the strat plan, but downtown beautification was important to quite a few of us. Again, how does all this capitalize with articulate with the growing community funding, and what are we going to do about that? How are we going to use that? Can some of that be used for some of these projects, or is it the council's intention to use that growing community money for some other new items? These are just questions I have. Next council meeting, we're having a presentation on solar solar powered lighting or solar arrays. We're having a presentation on a childcare facility. I don't think that necessarily will involve any, it might involve some infrastructure costs, you know, sewer, water things, but I don't know where that's funding from. And I would like to have some serious discussion about why we have a low priority item adding up. If you looked at every place it's mentioned in our budget to over $1 million, when we have possibly some other high priority or medium priority items. I'm sure we should really question that, and I would, if I don't know when the time for this in this meeting will be, but be making a motion about that, those items. But the rest of it, I've been through. Good answers. Some of my colleagues raised some same issues, and I'm comfortable with the rest of the budget with these other big questions surrounding it, because we haven't had any discussion about it yet. That's not I don't say that in any bad intentions here. I just say we need to, and we have good discussions about many things, but we haven't had it yet. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion, or
So
Kevin, did you want to add?
Oh, just, just a couple of quick notes is that we do have some money in the reserves. I don't want to make it sound like we don't have any. Councillor Parslow indicated that the regional district is putting money aside for a future fire hall. I mean, we do have money in our general capital. It's just not identified. We haven't gone through and identified it specifically for certain assets. So we do, currently we have about $15 million in our general capital reserve. So plus our, flood mitigation, plus our the fire truck reserve, and so we do have money set aside. It just the asset management process, I think, will help to focus, I guess, onto certain assets and timelines more so. Right now, we've just got money in a savings account that hasn't been targeted for specific things. So there's that. And again, the Growing Communities Fund, there's options for that. So that's something we can look at. And I was going to just double check and see again, look at those permitted expenditures to see what's available to us. There was a question earlier about interest revenue from our investments, and Melissa does have that.
Okay. Go ahead, Melissa.
And so this report will actually come to the next council on the interest that's earned in 2023, but it's pretty much to substantial completion, so I don't mind giving the figure right now. So we were over $4 million worth of interest in 2023, and that's in comparison to 1.6 in 2022. And so you'll get information that shows our balance that's grown in our investment, the interest rate, as well as the interest revenue going back to 2018. So you'll have that comparison. But it should be noted that figure is unaudited. And I know there's maybe adjustments related to the financial statements versus earned and accrued. But if we're looking at what we're accruing, even though our investment maybe hasn't matured, it would be $4 million.
Well, good. I look forward to seeing that. Good job to yourself and the team. Well done. All right, Councillor Apollonio.
Thank you, Worship. That's why I'm talking to Charlie, because I'm just only looking at that page 29 at the 2024 draft for Eventive, the building and contracts. I'm just only comparing the amount. That 2024 draft is $159,000 compared to the previous years. I'm not sure what it is. 29.
Which category are you under?
Eventive Event Center. Building contracts.
Oh, so how it jumps from
159.
Yeah, to 159.
I'm not sure, but
No, that's not.
The second line from the bottom there, the. Kevin, did you want to? Ryan? Okay.
Thank you. Good question. So what that is this coming year, the memorial pad replacement's being done. And so the $159,000 is to set aside if needed, if the memorial pad replacement isn't done on time. And so we would have the ability to turn the ice plant on, fire it up, the additional costs potentially for whether, I think it's a 2.5, 3 month cost to put the ice in over there at the event center. And so what it is that if the Memorial Arena is done in time, then that dollars would not be needed to start up at the event center.
Thank you. Good planning ahead. Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. Was that all you had, Councillor Apollonio? Yeah. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Staying with the Ovintiv Center, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm so sorry if I am, are we not supposed to have a $100,000 budget each year for repair and maintenance?
Yes, but it is not necessarily for the Ovintiv Event Center. It is for the South Peace Community Multiplex as a whole. So the Event Center is just one of the 3 buildings that operate under the one roof. And so it was that $100,000, I believe, in previous years, was under the Ovintiv Event Center. But this year, we moved it to the to the multiplex expenditures, so it was more clear in terms of that it's for the entire multiplex, repairs, maintenance, future, whatever that might be per year to help do that. So it's not necessarily targeted for the event center. It could be to help fix something, whatever it be at the pool, exterior, at Lakota, and or the event center as well. So it's I think it's 105 it says under contracts.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect, thank you.
Need a magnifying glass.
I won't comment on that. All right, is there any other discussion or questions on this? No? All right, thank you. Thank you for the report. And
Do we need a motion?
well, we had a motion to receive for discussion, and it was voted on. And the one in here recommendation was for information, so we don't need anything more, do we? No? Okay. All right, I am going to break for lunch.
Point
And
of information. So
you
what
already.
does this mean? Are we saying we're just proceeding with this budget as presented? Because I have some resolutions to make about this budget.
Through your worship, that's what I was going to say. In lack of, if there's no resolutions or no changes, then we proceed as we proceed. So yeah, if there's different direction from council, we'll need that.
Okay.
And we can do that now, or if you want to break for lunch, whatever.
I think we'll break for lunch and do that afterwards if that's the decision of council, so. Yeah, so we'll be back at 12:45-ish, 12:50. So we were on 9.2 and we dealt with that, but there might be some recommendations that come forward from council after that. Anybody want to start? Councillor Parslow.
Okay, I'm going to start.
I guess actually, sorry to interrupt, but should I go back to 9.1 first, Tab, or does it? No, we're good here. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow, sorry.
Okay, so there are, just to reiterate, there are, and I appreciate the dynamics here, but they are involved and interrelated. And I appreciate the staff needs some direction, but I think it'd be good if I can suggest, what are the timelines? The first thing I'd like to know clearly is, when is the first budget document going to be released of which people are going to be consulted about? Is it this one or is it the subsequent one?
Through your worship. So we have the draft 1 budget discussion today, which is January 15th. The draft 2 budget is, the timeline will come for February 12th. The public consultation, which we are working on getting out, is scheduled to be on February 26th. And that still leaves draft 3, which will occur after the public consultation, on March 11th, and then leads into April 15th and May 13th of the reading of the 5-year financial plan and the property tax rate bylaw.
Okay. So really, February the 12th is the date that we will have our first sort of public release. After the February 12th meeting, the first public release of our draft budget.
All these documents have been public, but
Yeah,
yes,
but for consultation
yes.
purposes, right?
And that will have our confirmed PRA funding and the assessment, the
Yeah.
completed assessment as well.
Okay, so I'm reiterating, but their points I think are pretty important, I think, for us as a team approving the most important document of the year, the budget, right? So the team has to get a plan for the Growing Communities funds. It could be, we don't have to spend it this year, but what we plan to do this year, okay? And there's a number of things that may come forward that may not be permissible. You know, that fund has some strict guidelines. We learned to our shock that we couldn't charge renewable energy projects to it, as an example. There may be others. So I think we need clarification on that. The second thing is we need to receive from staff the doable action plans for the term of this council. And if there's budget implications, because I do think that this council and staff should be commended for doing that action planning. And my belief is that we should resource it so that we really can look back and say, hey, we accomplished this, this, and this. And so I really think we need to take the resourcing of that and where the funds come from. Is it our Growing Community Fund, or is it our tax, the revenues identified in this document? We have that meeting, next council meeting, that will deal with your action plans, correct, staff? Yes? Yeah. The other item is, and I may have missed something, I'm just giving you my recollection, is that there's a few items in the capital budget that are low priority. My sense is the paving, the 4-year paving program, which would be entering year 3 with in this, is important. So therefore, I'm saying, just trying to reflect, and I'm part of the team and I've accepted it. I believe it's a high priority. So I am wondering if we should take out the low priorities in this capital plan and use that funding possibly as part of the funding for the year 3 paving program. There may be better ideas. But again, I don't believe people should be rushing into decisions, right? I'm just trying to say, can we resolve all these things somehow at our prior to or on the February the 12th meeting, where we have all these options, we talk about them at a cow perhaps somehow, and we get a sense of what everybody's feeling, and so that it's a team decision rather than making any decisions at this meeting. So that's convoluted, but I had to go into my memory bank, all my concerns here, and so that's, I'm suggesting that if we can defer it, we defer any decisions, but we cover off all these things at the next meeting or the meeting after that.
I guess, to you, Kevin, like if we were to, because there's obviously been some discussion around this draft of the budget, like can we bring it to the next cow, which I think is already maybe got a lot going on it, to have some discussion around these, and then at that point you might have a better idea too on your strategic action plans and where some of this. Do you feel your action plans are going to change this much for this year?
So through your worship, the action plan, what I've talked to my staff about is to really look at it and be honest with yourself about what we can do with what we've got, and then anything over and above that, what additional resources might be needed, whether that's outside consulting, whether that's budget, or staff, whatever it is. And so to look at those options. I think for the next meeting, we don't, whether it's in COW or not, I think it can be, again, as Tab reminded me this morning, is if you receive the report for discussion, you can have that discussion, and then subsequently you can make motions that come out of that. If you receive it for information, technically you can't make subsequent motions. So it's best, we can do that. We can do the report received for discussion, have that wholesome discussion, and make subsequent recommendations. I think at this point, are there some specific things that you want us to go back to do to reflect and draft to, so you can see options or you can see comparables or whatever it might be, so that you can have that discussion? It'd be good for us to get that direction on any particular, if there's some important things that you want us to look at.
But like, for example, like the growing community funds at Councillor Parslow, like that's kind of a bigger picture that wouldn't necessarily need direction today. But if there was something in here that somebody didn't want in here, or they wanted something else in here, that was what would be beneficial to them.
Yeah, anything that you can provide, and like you say, we don't reassure you that any decisions you make today, it doesn't necessarily mean it's locked in. Is that, again, it's a fluid document. It's subject to change. There's always new information or something that comes. So, but yeah, anything that you want to provide direction on today, that would be great. We can incorporate that. Again, it's not written in stone. It can always be altered as we go into the next or into public consultation. But we're getting, as we go to public consultation, we're getting closer and closer to that, to the
Final.
end. Yeah, where you don't want to really, then you're just looking to make changes based on what you hear from the public.
And then just one thing, I guess, just that I heard, or it wasn't brought up, but just we've had dialogue in the last year about, some kind of community hub or a, water spray area, and multiple conversations. And there's nothing in here about that. Like, is that, or did I miss it?
Go ahead.
Under capital, whatever that is, hold on, I'll get you the page. 1 second.
You don't have it memorized?
Page 69. Under carry forward, it says outdoor community hub. And I have to figure out the dollar value because it's really small.
Okay, so it is.
So it's there, yeah.
Okay.
And so at this point, we're still going through that planning piece.
Planning
The
procedure.
action planning
Yeah.
speaks to that process
Okay.
as well.
Thank you. Okay. So I guess with that being said, is there anything, to council that, is in here that you feel like, in this document that we want to talk about, that's urgent right now, so Councillor Apollonio, did you?
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, I'm just only. Yeah, just one. Maybe I'm just curious. Under page 32, under the Memorial Arena, I know that I think this is already like a budget at 351,200. Though I think we have 145,000 for the improvement of the arena, like the sound system, is that right? So the difference is there's other projects to be done in the arena. That's why, because comparative to the 3 years or 4 years, there's a jump of 300,000.
You're talking about the Memorial Arena.
Repairs and maintenance.
Repairs and maintenance at 351,
Yeah.
For the ice plant?
line
the ice plant,
6335.
Though I know that it's the 145,000 at the back, like the sound system is part of that or a separate account. I'm not sure.
I'm thinking that's separate. This is for the
That's
ice
correct.
plant.
Yeah.
This is just the repairs and maintenance of the
Yeah,
ice plant. Yeah. So that'd be separate.
Good question.
Yeah. Was that all, Councillor Apollonio? Yeah. Oh, I thought you pushed. Oh, okay.
Nothing urgent.
Councillor Parslow?
Well, if you want some, I'll make a motion that the low priority items in the capital budget be removed and the funds used for the third year paving program as a source of revenue for the third year paving program.
I don't know if staff will need clarification, but I don't know which ones you're talking,
I was just
referring
gonna
to as.
All those
So-
that identified,
Oh,
all the items in the
all low?
item that are identified as low priority. So you want page numbers for the low ones?
No, I didn't realize that
Page
it was.
105. The correct
98.
and 94 and 91. Should release about 1.2 something million dollars.
Okay, so that's your motion to remove?
That
Okay, do I have a
that money be applied to the paving program.
Do I have a second? Councillor Earl will second. Did you want to,
So
Well,
or, sorry, did you want to speak to it first, Kevin?
just a quick comment, just for clarity. So that is the 100B Wilson Road upgrade. So that includes general spending for paving and drainage, and then it also includes some water and sewer. So just clear that there is, it's 1.2, I think, roughly total, but some of that is water and sewer. So that would be separated out.
okay.
I think it's about roughly 1 million in general for that project.
Okay.
So that, just wanted to clarify that.
So the water and sewer, that comes out of the water.
Separate.
yeah.
It's out of the
fund.
different funds, so that would just be returned into
Yeah.
the water and sewer
Okay.
fund.
So the funds, those funds be used for the paving program, be part of the revenue.
Okay.
The only reason is these identified as low, and we're looking for funding for the paving program without borrowing from outside, so seems to me that's the more logical thing to do.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
No, the point Kevin made about this isn't an apples to apples across the board, because about, half of those funds are going back into water and sewer, so they're not
About 200,000.
200, okay, so,
About 1 million in general and about 200,000 in split between water and sewer.
okay, and that still leaves us looking for
4.
400, okay. All right, yeah, I mean, I know the work being done or proposed to be done to 100B had to do with some development that's occurring along there and the anticipation that we may look to, of all the dirt roads we still have in town, that would probably be one that's needs to be, if we're going to go down the route of developing those, that would be one of the priority ones, correct?
So as I had mentioned to the mayor prior, so The reason it's low priority is because it's not next on our capital list for road rehabilitation. The road that was identified to be next would be 94th Avenue between 8th and 11th. It's in pretty tough shape. So that would have been the one that we would have chose based on the engineering, road condition assessments and all that. As far as from the gravel perspective, there's a lot we can choose from that, if we're going to start urbanizing them and paving them, then there's a lot to pick from. I don't know if that's your first priority, but there's whether it's there, whether it's Michael's in behind, the Safeway direction, whether it's over by Tubby's, there's a lot to choose from.
So why then did this project make it in above 94th, or why has it been?
His council asked for it to come forward to budget discussions as part of that when the request came in.
Okay.
We had a request from the organization.
I recall that.
So that's why it's here. Yep.
Thank you.
And I guess just so I understand, a little bit the high and low priority. So, for example, we did some streetlights last year that weren't on the budget, but we approved them on the one side street over here. If that would have been on, would have that been a low priority then because it wasn't on the vision plan? I know we don't prioritize those. I'm just curious.
That honestly hadn't even been identified because we haven't until now. We're just developed a more comprehensive lighting plan for the community and put numbers. So up till that point, we were just doing it alongside with our road projects, and we weren't doing the road, so the lights hadn't even been identified.
Yeah. So the high and low priority is it more just based on because you have that paving vision and plan already? So that can change because things can come up.
You've got an assessment that you're basing our capital plan on, whether it's a road condition assessment or a sewer master plan or whatever, and out of that spits priorities, and that's what we're basing those on.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Just so we're all refreshed on the discussion we had previously with the ownership group of True North, who's looking to redevelop there. They are mandated by our bylaws to pave their parking lot if they move over there. And that was the agreement that we would pave the road if they were paving the parking lot, correct?
So the discussion was through your worship that they had the requirement to pave. They asked that we would look to do the road, and we agreed that they would hold off on paving the parking lot until we did the road or made a decision on the road one way or the other, because if we were going to do it, it made sense for them to wait, and so everything, could just tie in and it would be
flowed
nice.
So
it didn't hinge on that. We just said wait until there's a decision made.
So
I recall too, I think their decision, they want to pave too. It wasn't that they had to, it was because they wanted to make the property look
as beautiful as possible.
Yeah.
Great. And then would it be the understanding then if we voted on holding off on this paving that we would allow them to continue to hold off on paving their parking lot as well then? Is that the assumption we would make here in our vote, or?
That would be a council decision is, right now, we would, if there was no further direction, we would assume that they would proceed to do it. If council chose to allow them to put that off into a future date, I think we would want some end date on that to know what that is, but you could do that.
Do we know, because there's water rehabilitation there too, as far as drainage and that, does that parking lot have a tendency to flood right now?
Through your worship, I'm not aware. It's just the drainage and stuff that we do is when you urbanize it and you bring curb gutter in, you have to put storm sewers in, catch basins. So that's
because you're building a dam.
Yep. You need somewhere to channel the water to and drain it away because there's no longer ditches.
And that part of it is recaptured? Does that come out of the water?
No, drainage component is general.
Separate. Yeah, okay.
General fund.
Councillor McDonald?
So, yeah, sorry, I'm processing. I have issues holding off on this because that ownership group came to us about their development, and, you know, we agreed that we were going to pave that road, develop that road, bring it up to city standards for their business, et cetera. For us to back out on that now, I think we all know we have issues with development in our community already. If we give the appearance of not being true to our word and developing the roads, we are not encouraging others to come to try and work with us for development as well. So I would like to see us proceed with this year so that it is done, and we are a business and a council of our word, and we continue through with what we say.
Thank you. I don't know, we didn't necessarily commit, we just said we would bring it forward to discuss in the budget, but I you know, the other part of that is, you know, like, what is it, what's that statement what do we give when are we open for business and working with, you know, folks, and, yeah, so. Councillor Parsley, you want to add?
Well, yeah, I disagreed with what my colleague said there about we'd agreed to. We certainly would explore it and consider it, which is fundamentally different. One of my problems here is, you know, thinking long term. We've had, well, it's in my terms here, we've had people come from the Michael subdivision, people who've run businesses there, multi-million-dollar businesses, and describe their roads there and the conditions they have to put up with as being frontier town. And they're always speaking to me about when are they going to be considered. And so, you know, we must be careful not to make ad hoc decisions. You know, what's the plan? Well, one of the aspects of the plan is the road condition assessments. That's how so we base it upon the engineers' studies and so on and so forth. Encouraging business is very important. And I don't know, you did it, but I did a lot of compare, well, why did you do this when da-da-da? So why haven't we done anything about the Michael subdivision over the 15, 16 years you've been on council? Now in the last term, they didn't have any presentations that I can recall, but these are fairly big businesses I'm talking about.
Can you just refresh where this Michael
The
subdivision?
Michael subdivision is the area east of Safeway, where Wendy's restaurant is.
Yeah.
All that area east of
Okay.
the 8th Street, and behind the, if I can call it, the businesses that are on the street frontages there. That's part of the areas where we put in that water treatment plant. Is that the correct term for it, staff there?
So through your worship, we put the truck waste facility and the RV Sandy dump down at the end of 115th, so.
Yeah. The South Peace Community, what do you call it, the SPCA are located down there. There's lots of businesses. Jots Restoration.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor McDonald?
If we were to pave in the Michael subdivision, because a lot of those businesses don't have paved parking lots as well, would they be forced to pave at that point then?
So through your worship, we wouldn't retroactively go in there. It would be captured at time of a new development, or, you know, if they were to go in and redo their building or something, then we'd look at it then, but not retroactively go in there.
Okay.
I think I remember, oh, sorry, were you, yeah. Remember some discussion around that, like in the last year, just that there was, you know, in the past, we've looked at paving that. And I mean, I think in the perfect world, we've want all our streets paved, right? Whether it's there or, you know, on the other side of town, you know, between Renco and back in there's lots of industrial businesses back there as well. But I would assume, like, if you're talking $1 million to build this road, I think I remember something about to do that, Michael's, was like 18+ million back then. So you're talking like, I mean, in the perfect world, yeah, I would love to have every street paved here. I'd love to have every back alley paved, because I think it would beautify our city. But there's a reality, right? Like, I don't know, and that end of town, like, you know, nothing. Yeah, I mean.
So through your worship, that area also has significant underground work we need to do. There's our main sanitary trunk line runs down through there, needs some upsizing, which we're looking at. There's some drainage. There's some other water and sewer that needs to be replaced, and that's part of driving the costs. And yeah, I was going to say 18 to 20 million, and that's the last time we looked at it was probably 5 or 7 years ago. So you know, those costs have gone up, and I agree it would be really nice to do it, but it would be at the expense of our existing roads, and that means they would be getting that much farther behind. And when we've got other roads that are failing, it's easier for us to go throw some gravel down and grade it, and keep at least some level of service to those folks, albeit it's not paved. But, and that's the challenge. It would be at the expense of our existing paved roads.
Yeah, because you're talking like on how much we've seen things appreciate, like that 18 to 20 could be double.
Yeah.
It could be 40. So I guess back to this, because we did get that presentation by this business owner and the neighboring things. I think it would be good. It's an entranceway to our community. It cleans it up. It's showing our commitment to them. But by doing that, is that putting some, like, I know you said there's another area, but would we have been doing that this year, and that just puts that one to next year?
Yeah.
So you were putting something off a year?
Yeah, and through your worship, like that's always going to happen. You know, if I ask my staff to go give me the top 10 roads we're going to pave, it's going to be based on engineering. That's what they're going to come back with. But the reality is that you also have a job to do, and that's to respond to the political natures of the community. So there's always going to be things that come up, and that's what you have to weigh out. And you need to look at that and consider the things you need to do from a political aspect. And so there's always those aspects to every budget. There will be some of that. So it's easier for us because we can just look at the engineering side and pick 1 to 10. You folks have to make the tougher decisions.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, staff is perfectly correct. You can make data-driven decisions or you can make political decisions. That's the prerogative of an elected body. And that often results in a $1 million project turning into a $4 million project. And we've got several examples of that. And that's why we get into the mess we get into. However, staff is under the direction of the elected body, and staff makes the best recommendations it can based upon the data. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? I think it's amazing that we can sit here and discuss this openly. I really do. And, I guess my personal thought is, this is draft 1 of the budget, but where I'm at today, I still, I support doing this project. So I'm personally going to vote against the motion on the floor. So, although I respect everything that's been said 100%. So, yeah. If there's no more discussion, I'll call this.
So through your worship, I think we just need to be clear. I was just chatting with Chab just to make sure we're clear on what the motion is. So maybe, do you want to read back what you've got, and we'll just be clear.
Through your worship, that council directs staff to amend the 2024 budget, removing the low priority capital projects on page 105, 94, and 91. If we
105.
We should perhaps list them specifically. To create a funding option for year 3 of the capital paving program, further that this information be brought forward in the draft 2 budget report for council consideration.
Thank you. So everybody's clear on that motion? So the motion is to remove these low items from the budget.
And to be clear, that's the 100B Wilson Road paving project. Those are the low items, just so it's...
Not to put it off to another year, it's to remove it from this 2024 capital budget.
That's right.
Okay. Everybody's clear on that? All right. I'm going to call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Sudnick, and myself are opposed. All right.
Okay.
Councillor Parslow.
The next item deals with the revenue side. And we've heard from staff that the budget as presented was developed using unexpected revenue from investments. And so I'm going to move that staff develop a report for review as soon as possible about the tax implications of replacing that revenue with tax revenue. If I have a second, I'd like to speak to it.
I'll second.
Councillor McDonald.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate what staff has done. They do a great job for us in this regard. I am uncomfortable. I can't live with my own conscience. I know it's not good practice to develop an operating budget using windfall revenue. I'd rather use it, for anything, for capital or one-shot projects. And however, I don't know the implications or the amount of money. What I'm suggesting here, implicit in what I'm put forward, is I'd like to know what is our average rate of return and what is the unusual or the extraordinary. If that could be translated to a dollar amount, what is that? And what tax rate adjustments would be needed to replace that? And how we might use the money that we've, in other ways, other than operating the budget. That's behind what I'm saying. No decision, just yet a report. We know what it's about. There's no need for us to decide on anything because we don't have any information really before us. We've just had the alarm bell run by staff, if you like, and I'd like to understand it through this report. Does that make sense?
It makes sense completely. I guess my question to staff would be, one, I don't want to just keep driving them to do more work, but do you have those numbers right now, like what the dollar value is and what it would mean in a tax increase not to use that revenue? Like, I feel like we might even have that without a report.
So through your worship, I don't have like the exact calculation that if I used an average rate of return, let's say pre-COVID or pre-inflation, and what that would mean for our interest revenue. But I do have, although we've earned over $4 million in 2023, our budget 2024, I made reference that to in the original report, is that it is budgeted conservatively at 2.5 million. So there's the comfort in that we're not taking what 2023 is and assuming that that is going to be the same for 2024. So the difference between 2.5 and 4, and then as well our investment balance, because that not only is it the rate, but what amount are we investing as well is important. In 2022, there was 55 million invested, and that's upwards to 71 in 2023. So that as well is going to drive the higher rate of return. Other than that, any other probably more detailed calculations is going to take the time.
Okay.
Other than maybe rate of return might, but for 2023 was the average interest rate that we were earning on our GICs was 5.57, and it was 3.79 in 2022.
So you're not too concerned even if it went back to 3%, we're still, that is being conservative at the 2.5 million.
Correct.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Just for clarification, you said we had 55 million in investments in 22 and 71 in 23, but now we're proposing using some of our capital reserves for paving, etc. What I would assume then that number is going to go down in 2024 then, yes?
Through your worship to Councillor McDonald, yes, as you spend it, you would expect it to go down as well, though we are looking at the surplus from 2023 as well and what that is. But it's going to be, as you spend, yes, but then as you save, what's the offset? And so we haven't done a detailed cash analysis on that or anything, but.
Okay.
How much time will it take you to do something like this?
I think I can have that ready for next council meeting. It'll just be, what do you consider to be a normal rate of return? And so I can put what my professional opinion is, and so, but yeah.
Okay. I completely understand this, and I think it would be good to see it. I just think like if we can utilize, you know, our strengths and ability, obviously in our finance team and our whole team as a whole that generated this, it should be a benefit to our tax rates. And taxpayers, you know, a bit, right? And I get maybe last year was a one-off year, but yeah, I mean, we know that moving forward, so, but yeah.
And through your worship, just to be clear, you also want to know what the tax rate implications would be if we did not use the interest revenue to offset our loss in assessment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You're good on all that? Okay. All right, I am going to call this motion to vote. I didn't, it was, okay. I didn't push the end button, so I didn't know. Okay, so it's carried. All right, any other? All right, I am going to go back to 9.1. So we already have a motion on the floor, I believe. .1 was report number 24-001 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the 2024 capital paving project fund. And I believe we already have a recommendation on the floor. So the recommendation was that report number 24-001 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2024 capital paving project funding be received. Further, that the shortfall of $5 million for the 2024 general capital paving projects in the draft one budget be funded by the general capital reserve, and repayment considerations are reassessed upon the finalization of the 2023 financial statement and capital asset management plan. So any discussion on this? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. The vote we just had two previous would change this recommendation, would it not? Because we just voted to take the low budget priority items and move it specifically to this capital expense as well, right? So this recommendation would need to be amended then?
Amended or defeated and redone?
Was it defeated by our last vote?
We didn't vote on this. Well, this one's on the floor now.
No,
Yeah, but the vote we had,
does it affect it?
Yeah.
how has it affected it?
Kevin?
So through your worship, right now, so I think the only change is the shortfall, when it says the shortfall of 5 million. Because now really the shortfall is 4 million
Yeah.
because of the change. So maybe what it should be is nothing more than the shortfall for the 24, because there might be subsequent changes
Yes, sure.
that change this number one way or the other slightly. And then we just say that the shortfall is funded by. So it would be an amendment to that.
I guess, just to go back, I guess, a little bit on the last one, so we changed this. We've taken the low risk, or the
low
the
priority.
low bearing out of there, but you're now gonna put back in there the one that you were going to do.
No, through your worship, that's not, the direction was it's taken out and the savings goes towards this 5 million shortfall. So we won't be putting another project in.
So you're not gonna do the one that was on the books then?
No,
No,
that was not the motion. The motion was to save the money and spend less out of reserves.
All right, so we need to amend this. Okay, so somebody like to make that amendment?
So I don't know if I can.
Yeah, you can.
I can? Okay. So I would amend the recommendation to remove the section that says of $5 million and just have it read that the shortfall for the 2024 general capital paving projects in the draft one budget be funded by the general capital reserve, and repayment considerations are reassessed upon the finalization of the 2023 financial statement and the capital asset management plan. Is that sufficient? Yeah, that was a half-hearted nod.
All right, do I have a second?
I would second that.
Councillor Parslow would second it. Any discussion? All right, I'm going to call the amendment to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Now I'm going to, is there any discussion on the motion as amended? Councillor Parslow, did you have something that you wanted to add?
Well, I would support this. I just want to say I'm pleased that we're not touching the Growing Communities Fund, and it's the general capital reserve or operating reserve is immaterial. So you've made this recommendation, so I can live with that. But I'm glad that we're keeping the other money for hopefully something that aligns with the strategic directions or other aspirations of this council. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, I will call the motion as amended to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right. Next on the list is 9.5, report number 24-015 from the Development Service Manager regarding request for bulk water supply connection agreement, 41 Collins Road. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 24-015 from the Development Services Manager regarding request for bulk water supply connection agreement 41 Collins Road be received. Further, that the city enter into a bulk water supply connection agreement with Swamp Noki Oilfield Services operating at 41 Collins Road.
Second, Councillor Kemp. Thank you, Councillor Earl. Discussion, did you want to add something to that?
Just want to note, so this is, the infrastructure is already in place to enable this, as it had previously, the previous owner had the agreement. These permits aren't transferable, so the new owner of the property has to reapply. I guess the only, question or concern I have is to find out that there may be part of the reason some fluid haulers are choosing not to use reclaimed water is due to inconvenience or a lack of options or time constraints. I guess that's the part that really kind of raised my eyebrows on this one is and it's a different subject, but something to be mindful of moving forward as we do want to realize the full value of that amenity.
So through your worship, the reclaim has been very busy. We've seen a lot of volume go through there. The reason that they highlight that it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient because you have to line up with your competitors, and we can only fill a truck so fast. That's the challenge. So I get it. We're still going to see really good volume go through the reclaim, and we're still going to see that revenue. And if Swamp Donkey gets this set up over there, we'll see the revenue over there as well. One in the water, one in the sewer. So should be good.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. If we put them on bulk water, is that potable water we're selling them now?
Yeah, through your worship. Yep. That's
So that's my only issue with that, is that we are on a stage 5 drought. We've been on for years. We've already talked about how we weren't going to give water to the golf course, et cetera, et cetera. And now we're going to take somebody off the reclaim water that we invested in for that specific usage, and for convenience, we're going to move them over and take away from our potable water. I have issue with that.
Thank you. I don't know, I had, we had a similar discussion around this the other day, but there's also other businesses that have this, but if it becomes where we're concerned about our water, do they need to follow it, right?
Yeah, so
like it's not
through your worship, my intention is to have an update for you at the next cow on the drought situation and where we're at and what we're doing. It is going to be an interesting year, as council indicated earlier in the day. If we don't get, snow, rain, there will not be any withdrawals from the rivers in the area. And so these companies are going to be coming to us. And the ministry is not happy with oil companies circumventing the environmental aspect of not being able to take from the river, but they can come to the city and get it. So those things will have to be considered. We have our own situation as when it comes to, our conservation levels and whatnot, because we've, the city, previous councils have made good decisions of establishing reservoirs and all that to protect us. And it's that balance of, we've got all these huge ponds of water. Why are we making people, why can't they water their lawns, or why can't industry take water? But we have to then look and say, how long can we anticipate these droughts to go on, and all those aspects. So there's a balance to be found in there. But what I can say is right now we're in good shape. But if we go for another year of very dry, then, and so we have to look at that as we move forward. But yeah, it really, what we're saying here is that the infrastructure is in place. We're able to provide the water. But this is, it is a political decision, because there's factors to consider, like the potable water use, the business use, all those aspects, right? The reality is while these trucks, Swamp Donkey is using reclaim, they're lined up with the truck fill too, because I saw them there. They're using water right now. They're just getting it from our truck fill. So the businesses are using a combination thereof, because they're just getting it wherever they can get it, because there's such a demand right now.
And that's not, like, I mean, we're already restricted on what we can take out of our source for water, but we're not even meeting that restriction anyway. So, like, our ponds are full. Like, we're not putting ourselves at high risk.
Not
right now,
not
you
at the
say
moment,
another year, then we'll revisit that, right?
Yeah, and right now our reservoirs are in good spots. We, I get a report every couple of weeks. We're, in the high 90s, mid 90s as far as our levels. So that's not an issue. I want to be in that spot when we get to spring freshet and we shut down pumping from the river because it's too dirty. The reality is when spring freshet's over, is there anything?
Yeah.
Is our restrictions still in place? So we have to be prepared for that. But
And then at that point where you feel there's a risk to the community, then something will come to us.
yeah, long before there's a risk to the community, we will be coming and talking about how we prevent risk to the community.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, some good stuff. I think the golf course, I really appreciate what's been said by both speakers so far. I think with the golf course, just one point I'd like to state is that I thought the other aspect with that is that they wanted us to give them the water or put a line in or either truck it. And it was a cost to the city. But maybe I'm wrong. But the big issue, apart from my also dislike of the use of potable water, is fire protection procedures. Now, my recollection, staff, is that with Curtis York Trucking, they have they can fill within their yard. Anytime there's a water crisis facing the city informs Curtis and they shut down. There's been great cooperation. And I know the Swamp Donkey Trent Lindbergh, and I know there'll be just the same level of cooperation. So I as I say, fire security, flow stuff, we've had good experience with these people. They provide a lot of jobs, a lot to our economy, very philanthropic. And so I'm willing to live with the other downside of things, because they do, particularly the potable water usage. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.6, report number 24-013 from the Communications and Engagement Manager regarding City of Dawson Creek marketing campaign. Councillor Kempf.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 24-013 from the Communications and Engagement Manager regarding City of Dawson Creek marketing campaign be received. Further, that $134,000 be included into the 2024 budget for a level 1 marketing campaign. Further, that staff be authorized to proceed with the procurement process to secure the necessary contractor to help complete the marketing campaign.
Have a second? I guess before I second, I think it's 135,000, and I think you said 134. So, was your intent 135? Yes. Okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Parslow. Councillor. Oh, any discussion? Councillor Parslow.
Yes. From my experience with the NDIT, the $50,000 is pretty well guaranteed. Would you concur there as your experience with NDIT?
I think so, yeah. I think it meets all the requirements. I don't know if it's guaranteed because it has to go through the process, but it meets.
Yeah, I think, so we have some revenue for sure. I am convinced that we need to do this. Attracting professionals and others to move here is a highly competitive business, and we have so many things that give a good quality of life here. I hope that we can show all the things we have, and there may be a few things that where we are a little weak-in that we can take some definite action to improve. Others, we don't need to do anything. They're top rate, such as our swimming pool, our recreation programs, and so on, our location. But there may be a few things, but I think we can strengthen them and put on a good face. But we have to realize that we're in a competition. And I feel that within the northeast here and northwest, we can really be a place of choice. And people can come and have a good life here, and make a good living, and we need to show that. So that's why I'm supporting it.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship. And this is a very interesting proposal, and I'm generally in support of the idea. I guess the one area of apprehension or of particular concern I have is just around the I guess, metrics, or what does success look like? Somebody works in communications, the old adage, at any given time, half your marketing budget is wasted. The trick is figuring out which half. And that's something I'm always mindful of in these kind of campaigns, is I think it's a wonderful aspiration to showcase the beauty and whatnot. Having said that, that is a very kind of qualitative as opposed to quantitative goal. So I'm just wondering what we can do to put some quantitative meat on there so we can demonstrate value to the taxpayers and to our stakeholders who are funding these. So that's my only piece of feedback, but I'll support it, and I hope as we develop this plan, we get a better idea of what that looks like.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Oh, did you have more you wanted to discuss?
No, sorry.
No? Okay. Vote is closed. That's carried. Next, we have 9.7 memo from the corporate officer regarding growing the North Conference. So this is a deferred motion from December 11th, 2023. The motion on the floor is that council direct staff to purchase a silver sponsorship for $2,500 to the 2024 Growing the North Conference. So it is on the floor and open for discussion. So Councillor Parslow.
Well, Councillor Kempf went to it last time and gave a positive report. And we have obviously the commitment of the Chamber, which was an important thing. So I hope we pass this and find time to attend it.
I'll speak a little bit to this. I don't, I think we should, or did you want to? No, I'm sorry. Okay. I think it's an amazing thing, and I think, one of our strategic plans is relationships and building on those relationships. But I don't feel spending $2,500 to silver sponsored is correct. I feel like us going there and sponsoring it as representing our region and our municipality is important. And I believe that. I really believe that we need to build those relationships. One, this $2,500 came with the opportunity to put a booth in. Clearly, we don't have that marketing strategy down pat yet, or, to do that properly. So I don't believe that we should put a booth in right now. I think we should be there as a presence, and we've been very cautious about the money that we've been spending on a lot of these marketing tools. So as much as it's $2,500, I mean, us being there is the real relationship building and sponsorship. And there's a cost to that too for, 2 or 3 or 4 of us to go there. So yeah, I'm just unsure on the silver sponsorship. And I don't know if Kevin, if you wanted to add any on from the staff's point of view of, I know that's not part of the motion, but that's a reason why this was deferred, was because of a booth and having staff there and directing staff and working with other organizations. So I don't know if you wanted to touch a little bit on that.
Yeah, through your worship, from a staff perspective, we don't have the staff resources to dedicate to it, and we don't have the material, updated material, to have at a booth that would really represent us well. You know, a lot of our stuff is still dealing with sustainable Dawson Creek from, 2009. We just, we wouldn't be able to put our best foot forward from that aspect. And what we found when we were doing even the trade show here in town, it was taxing of staff, and that's when we realized we don't have the materials to do it well.
Okay, thank you. And I think too, the other part is we don't, regardless of which way this goes, attending this conference, we amended our policy last year. It's already in our policies, so we don't need to vote on us going. It's already part of our conferences that were pre-approved if we want to go to each year we did that last year because of the importance of that relationship in this region, in this community. So, yeah, so I just don't, I feel like if we had an abundance of funds and we wanted to sponsor it, it would make sense. But the real sponsorship is us being there as leaders for our region and building those relationships in my mind. So I don't see spending the $2,500, but that's my opinion. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I appreciate your opinion on most things. So I was supporting this because of the Chamber's support. I thought that was the critical thing, but now I'm hearing that regardless of that, we just don't have anything really to put in the booth.
Yeah.
Right? So I'll be voting against it then. I thought we were high and dry on that regard. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? All right, I will call this motion.
Sorry.
Councillor McDonald?
I just want clarification on that point about the chamber. Does this not say the chamber's going to host the booth? Is that not what that specifically says? That it would not be staff there? It would be the chamber hosting a booth on behalf of themselves and our community?
Through conversations with our communication manager and the chamber committed to it. So it looks like that they would be manning the booth as the chamber.
So no staff? So no taxation on the staff here at all?
No.
This is just a collaboration with the chamber to further sell Dawson Creek and the development as part of the north, right? Growing the north, and that Dawson is just as viable as Grand Prairie or Fort St. John.
Is that new information from the Chamber of Commerce?
It says it in our agenda.
No, I know I'm reading that, but I mean, is it newer from when we talked about this on December 11th? Because I remember, I think we had discussions around this a few weeks ago and we didn't hear anything back.
The chamber just rebranded, so they've got
Sorry.
a whole pile of new rebrand stuff.
Yeah, through your worship, this was changed. It was updated late on Friday because, we were having trouble getting a hold of the chamber, I guess, and it must have been come in late on Friday.
So
this part on the end has actually been added? Sorry, Tab?
Through your worship. I think it was Friday, perhaps it was Wednesday. So prior to the agenda release, our communication manager had confirmation from the chamber. So this was released at agenda time on Wednesday. So essentially the city would be paying, if this motion passes, $2,500. A part of that would include 2 tickets for an elected official to attend, plus an 8-foot booth space that the chamber would be running as per their confirmation in this memo.
Oh. I did not know that, sorry. My last dialogue before that was that the chamber wasn't in, so that's new information to me.
absolutely, your worship. And now, so those 2 tickets we get, what do we normally pay to send our elected officials there? Because now we have a savings. Does it $400 for us to attend, $300? Is this only costing us $1,900 now, or?
Approximately. I don't have the exact number, but I think you're about a ballpark correct on the estimated amount for the registration fee.
Right. For me, I think we got to get out there and sell ourselves. We were just talking about having a strategic plan for, advertising campaign, all of that. I think part of an advertising campaign is getting out to these conferences, setting up a booth. We've seen Telma Ridge do it all the way down to UBCM, everywhere, selling themselves. We got to get out there and sell ourselves to make sure we are attracting people to our community that want to develop. I will vote in support of this for sure.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Councillor McDonald. It is my fault for not reading this properly, so I didn't realize this is the plan, but yeah. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through to staff, and I apologize if this was already covered. As I mentioned, wasn't the last meeting. We have a budget for conventions. We have a budget for sponsorship. Which budget would this come out of? If the goal is to attend a conference plus have something there for the chamber, or I believe our sponsorship budget for the year is still $12,500. So just looking for some clarification on that.
So through your worship, the $2,500 should be sponsorship. And
or grants budget, I guess.
Yeah. And then your attendance would be coming out of the conference budget.
So I guess that's one area where we need to, because sponsorship is different than a grant or a donation. But, if you're a business doing it, one is an ad or a marketing purchase. The other is a donation that you get a tax receipt for. So, I was curious about that for my own
I'll double
edification.
check.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess just to clarify what Councillor Earl said, that our grant budget is roughly $10,000 annually. So this $2,500 would come out of there. So we'd have $7,500 left for the remainder of the year. Do you remember offhand what we used last year of that? I don't think we used it all, did we?
Not all, but we were getting close. I mean,
Is it 12.5?
This can be considered ECDEV as well, but that's mayor's budget. I mean, if that's really what we're doing here.
Yeah. So that's what
So
Yeah,
that's
that doesn't cover
something
it.
we can decide.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. All right, I'm going to, tab.
Sorry, through your worship, for clarification, $471.45 is the registration fee.
Per?
Per. So $1,414 if you send mayor into council as per the policy.
But we'll still have to pay for one because this only includes two, right?
Just for a comparison of the either sponsoring it for $2,500 or sending a mayor and to
Yeah.
council as per the policy.
Okay. I guess, just to add to that a little bit, so if that includes two, does that include the two representatives from the Chamber of Commerce, and then we're still going to be paying for the three councillors? So it's $2,500, I think, is probably the reality. So, okay, Councillor Parslow?
Well, not wishing to nitpick this thing to death, I'm going to, given that the revelation that's happened on this side of the table, I will obviously support it now. But I have what my long-time school board chair used to always say, I have a curious question. When does the mayor use his economic development money to sponsor things? Does he ever? Or do you just keep those monies for other things to do with economic development? Given that, to use Councillor McDonald's words, which I totally agree with, we need to get out there and sell ourselves. Isn't that economic development?
Yeah, I think, in fairness to that, this has just been over a year in this spot. So I didn't, last year, I don't think I used a lot of that budget. I think I used very minimal, and it was because I didn't want to spend realistically our taxpayers' money just because it's something we've done in the past, and I needed to understand things. Right. So a big part, there was some traveling, a lot of conferences I went to last year to really learn that, really learn the position, the role. So I didn't, in that, want to put that. So at the end of this year, we talked about, do we lower that budget? But I said no, because, now that we have an understanding, myself and council, it might look different this year. So I'm not saving it for a rainy day, but I'm definitely cautious about what I'm spending. And for one, like a big part that I cut out, I guess, last year was marketing and advertising in, magazines and different things that we've done in the past, because I didn't know what the value was in that. So I think it was, I don't know that number offhand, but it was probably $15,000 that we didn't spend because I didn't see the value in it. And I didn't want to continue to do something unless I felt like it was the best bang for our dollar. So with this one being said, originally, it's already in our policies, so I wouldn't have sponsored that. But now knowing that the Chamber of Commerce is doing that, and I believe that we need to build that relationship, but get out, that changes my thinking, so I'm in favor of this. So, but yeah, I don't know if that answers your questions, but.
It was a good political answer. No, it was a sincere answer, I know that.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call this motion to vote. I think we've had enough discussion.
So, should we propose an amendment to say that we'd like that $2,500 to come out of the mayor's ec fund?
Kevin already said that we can decide that afterwards. Can we not? Does it need to come? No?
We can. I mean, it would be clean if it was part of the motion, then there's no doubt. Because Tab and I were just discussing while you guys were debating.
Because any of expenses that have come out of the active, I've, brought to council, but that's not part of policy. Like, they can just be approved, right? So are you?
It's up to you guys. It's cleaner if it does say
Would you
where
like
it's
to make
coming
that
from, and
amendment?
then we know.
So it was originally my motion, so can I make that amendment then?
Anybody can. Yeah.
Anybody can?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to amend that motion to have the $2,500 funds come out of the mayor's economic development fund.
I have a second. Councillor Earl. I'm going to call the amendment. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, the motion as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion as amended? Oh, I'm going to call that vote.
It's quite the journey.
Vote is closed. It's carried. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. Meeting for Monday, January 15th, back to order. So our next order of business was 9.8, memo from the corporate officer regarding Childcare tax force. So, all right, would somebody like to make the... Councillor Parslow.
Next council meeting, we was receiving a presentation on childcare. And there's some requests in there, in that document, which you haven't seen yet, that about things they're asking the city for. And I'm wondering if this matter should be deferred to for the presentation after that presentation.
Is it them coming to do the presentation?
Joanna Martins is coming with a proposal as it relates to a new childcare facility. And I'm wondering if the two should be considered together. What overlap does that presentation have? Because in that presentation, it is asking the city around bylaws and stuff. So I'm wondering if there's some duplication going on here or what?
I will have to ask for clarification to Kevin.
So through your worship, is the building learning together part of that presentation with Joanna?
I believe that group is right behind that presentation. She sits on that committee.
Okay.
I believe, from my conversation with Joanne, that they are very supportive of what's going to be presented. And I'm just wondering, is there overlap? There may not be. I mean,
So through your worship, I mean, my initial thoughts on this is I don't think there's a problem moving forward with this. Childcare, the task force, I suspect the group that's coming next, it's all one. And even if it's not, all we're asking is that we appoint a staff and a council liaison to sit on this task force. And they would then could assist this group as well. So I don't see any.
Doesn't change anything?
I don't think so.
All right,
I'll make the motion.
which is?
As per the proposed motion, that council authorize the City of Dawson Creek staff member to be appointed as a representative to sit on the Childcare Task Force. Further, council appoint council members as a liaison to the task force.
Do I have a second? Councillor Earl? Should we, should we appoint the councillor right now? Okay, I don't know if anybody's got a burning desire to be on here. Councillor Kempf did offer to be on here, so if everybody's okay with that. Yeah, or if somebody else wanted, no? Okay. So do we need to make an amendment or just add Councillor Kempf's name? Okay. All right, any discussion on this? All right, thanks, Councillor Parslow. Thanks, Councillor Kempf. I will put this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.9, we have report number 24-008 from the General Manager of Development Service regarding defensive measures policy. Councillor Parslow. Councillor Parslow.
Move that report number 23184 from the General Manager of Development Services. The defensive measures policy be received. Further, council adopt the defensive measures policy.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick, any discussion? I just had one question. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Earl. Oh,
Yeah.
where did you want to speak to it?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
I'm
then go ahead.
assuming this will be out for a 30-day review. Okay. And just a couple of questions. So I noticed that pepper spray would be in the possession of bylaw officers. Is that at all times, or is it just when responded to certain issues?
Yeah, through your worship, it will be at all times, yes.
At all times. And the baton would be with them at all times?
At all times, yeah.
Okay. Now, this may sound silly. It's not meant to be. It's just a bit of ignorance here. Really, the question I have in my mind is that the limit of all that they can have. For instance, can they have other non-lethal things such as beanbags, taser, those things limited off?
It does limit to just the baton and the OC spray, the pepper spray.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I guess thanks for bringing this forward. Obviously, it's, one of those things where we always want to prioritize the safety and well-being of staff, and especially as the nature of our bylaw officers' jobs have changed over the last little bit with respect to the kind of encounters they're having. But it's, sad to note the necessity, and I hope this is just a matter of us acting out of an abundance of caution in seeing some of the things that have transpired in other communities. This question for this, does this, changing the nature of the work, are there any implications for WCB insurance, things like that? Because they're going to be potentially carrying weapons? Does it? No concerns?
Not to my
around that?
knowledge, no, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Sudnick?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through to you, Devin, I guess, for clarification. On some of the examples listed under the headline, speaking to the shift in culture, requiring this, listed as a bylaw officer was attacked as peacock tensions rise in Surrey. Are we talking about angry birds, or can you clarify the angry peacocks?
That was actually a person upset about a peacock incident being happened. But batons and OC spray can also be used for animals to defend against animal attacks as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Sutton. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship, through you to Devon. So I'm going to just hit the insurance again. If our bylaw officers choose to use of force and they are prosecuted to say, no, you did not have use of force, should we not be carrying more insurance to protect ourselves from liable?
That is a good question, absolutely. I'll have to look into that. I don't have an answer for you today, though.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. I had one question. I've obviously, I get our bylaw works hard, and it's important that they feel safe and protected, so I respect that. I just, with them having, this training and that, does that change, I guess, their compensation, their scope of work? Like, is there more that will be coming to this that, their wages then change because they're...
Our two bylaw officers are already trained in this, okay, in use of this defensive measures. So that's pepper spray, that's batons, things like that. You do require through the policy training to have it. It doesn't change their work. It just gives them more methods to protect themselves rather than just ground fighting or hand defense.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not questioning them at all. I was just curious to the future if this meant
helps protect and increase their safety.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Any other discussion? All right. Thank you. Thanks for bringing this forward. I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next is 10 bylaws. 10.1, we have report number 24-004 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2024 revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw number 4576, 2024 for consideration of the first three readings. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move the report number 24-004 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2024 revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw number 4576, 2024 be received. Further, the council give first three readings to 2024 revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw number 4576, 2024.
Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp. Thanks. Councillor McDonald, any discussion? Councillor Earl.
I guess just to note, because we do this every year for any curious members of the public watching, this is something we do as a safeguard for short-term borrowing to enable any cash flow crunches we may arrive at. In my time on council, I don't think it's something we've ever had to utilize, but it is something we put in place every year out of just to be on the safe side.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? No? All right, I will call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next order of business, 11, Mayor's Business, 11.1, Mayor's Update. First one, I had a meeting with Chris Norbury, who's the president of the South Peace Health Service Society. I just wanted to talk to him a little bit just about how they're doing, the Baltres House. Their mandate is to help promote healthcare in the region. So I just wanted a bit of an update from him. So a couple things. One, they're definitely in need of a few more board members. So if anybody's out there or on this table is interested, they're definitely actively looking for a couple more board members. And then also their real focus right now is just the Baltres House has been under operation for a full year. So they were just that's taking up majority of their time right now is just looking to secure that for into the future and then what that looks like for them. So, and then to get back to, their mandate of healthcare in the region and retention and promoting. So, so that's kind of where they're at now. South Peace Community Resource Society Tour. Just another goal for myself is just to get out there and to meet all these amazing organizations in our community. But Spickers is our neighbor, and I've never really spent any time there, so it was just a reach out to meet Angela there and spent a bit of time with her, just understanding really what they're about, what they do in the community, and just building that relationship, just understanding it all. So it was great. ARC Resources tour. We had a tour. Terry and his team. They flew 3 or 4 flew in from Calgary. I think there was 4 of us. I don't remember that were there for the tour. So another thing, I met with Terry originally, who looks after ARC Resources, and just to talk about the Clean BC and what that impact was with them, and they're extremely clean. Like they're probably one of the leaders in Canada, I think worldwide actually, but they have, I think it's like almost 0 emissions that they produce. They're on the grid, so they're completely electrified at all their plants around here. So they spent the morning with us going through all of that, and then took us for a tour of the plant, it was amazing. So it was a huge thank you to them for taking the time, and it was definitely, I think I could speak for everybody that was there, the education and the relationship building was huge. So just a big thank you to them. My home place tour. We've been sitting here for over a year now, and tried a few times to get a tour of the My Home Place facility downtown. So we were able to do that. I think there was 4 of myself and 4 Councillor Kevin there. We got to meet Connective, who is the new group that is running it. So we went through the facility, kind of understand a little bit more on where it operates and functions, and and there'll be some more dialogue around that, but I just wanted to add that we had a tour of that. So I want to thank Connective as well for taking the time to do that. Air Cadets 80th anniversary mess dinner, probably one of the I shouldn't say one of the funner, but it was definitely it was a fun evening. I got to go hang out with them, and I didn't realize you weren't allowed to have phones at the mess dinner. They didn't tell me that, so I had to get up and sing a song, which they put me on the spot. But no, it was no, it was worse than that. I'm a little teacup. Please do not make me sing it. But no, I obviously have known about the Air Cadets my whole life being here and what they do, but it's actually the November 11th Remembrance Day ceremony. I had talked to a few of them that were there. They were sitting behind me, and there was quite a few youth in it. So I got talking to them, and then I was invited to this, so I went to it, and it's absolutely amazing to see one, how much it's growing. I think there is about 40 youth that are involved in it. But to see the life skills they're learning, it just blew me away. The mannerisms, like the real simple things in life, but which are extremely important to, I guess, me and my beliefs, but just like the pleases and thank yous. And it was amazing to see in today's world that the youth and the way they were acting there. And I was really honored to be there. It was definitely a highlight, sitting in this chair to be able to go out there and visit with them and have some fun with them. And it was just really nice to see. So I wanted to give a shout out to them. And I know that it's growing significantly. So Nathan Boder, who is also a big part of the Air Cadets, is very active with them, and has his own airplane and does a lot of flight training with them. So it's bringing some excitement to it. So it was just really, it was really humbling to see the youth, to be honest. It was, if you ever get the opportunity to spend some time with them, it was truly amazing. So, and just, you could see how it's developed the leadership in those youth. Like it was youth ran, youth leading the evening. So it just all around was amazing. So I just wanted to give a shout out to them. Northern Lights College Board of Governors Holiday Luncheon. I think that was the first time I got the opportunity to attend that. So that was at Northern Lights College, put on by their culinary team there. It was unbelievable, as always. They are, those chefs there and students are amazing at what they do. So it was a real honor to be there and to be with the Board of Governors. There was folks from all over the region there. So it was a really powerful luncheon, right? It was really a thank you from them, but it was, for me, it was about that relationship piece and and to me, Northern Lights College, I'll say it over and over again, they do so much in our community and they are a true leader. They lead by example. They do what's right for the community. I get that they're a college and it's about education, but they really, truly put the community and region right at the top of their list. So, and it shows. So, yeah, it was amazing to be there. Turkey dinner at Canalta Elementary. This was something I got to do because one of my children attend there. So I just volunteered to go hang out there. I know most of the schools do this. So just a shout out to the school districts as a whole for doing this. But it was the PAC, which is the Parent Advisory Committee, put together a turkey dinner for all the students. And it was amazing to be there, and yeah, it was pretty neat. There's a couple hundred students, so it was just amazing to be there handing out food and working with the parents. So anytime I can get the opportunity to be with youth, it's just amazing. So I got to. There was a few mayor plugs in there, and the students being like, "Oh, that's the mayor serving us." So it was fun. Building and strengthening relationship, we kind of already touched on that. That was just the last strategic priority that we didn't get an opportunity to go through the last time when we did our action planning. So we did that, I don't even know when, but in the last month we did that. So and finished that off. We've already touched on that. Youth Roundtable, we had another one right before Christmas. So I think there's another one coming up soon. So just wanted to, I'll give a bit more of an update at the next one, but yeah, it was right before Christmas, so there was a few people there, but it was just a tougher time to get everybody together. I also attended the BC United Town Hall that was put on at MLA Bernier, spoke a little bit. It was a good opportunity to, they allowed me, I think about 10, 15 minutes to speak at the beginning of it, just about a lot of the, not just concerns, because it's tough always looking at the negative things, but just a lot of the things, some of the challenges that we face as a municipality and have been facing and are going to face, but also some of the positive things as well. Thank them. So it was nice to have that opportunity. Also thanked Kevin Falcon, who's the BC United leader. He met with us in September at UBCM, and we shared some of our concerns, and he listened, obviously, because he came up. So we're very appreciative of that. It was nice to meet MLA Ellis Ross as well. Yeah, very powerful speaker with a very, yeah, it was very good. So, and I think it there was probably close to 300 in attendance there, and I felt like it. It was nice to address everybody and thank everybody for coming down, express, some of the struggles we have, but also it was good to hear about the different levels of government and their responsibilities. So, yeah, and then Northern Health Staff Appreciation Lunch. So this was something I attended with another hat that I wear, but I thought I would bring it up on here. I just was able to attend and do a little thank you to the Northern Health staff at the hospital. We served food to, it was close to 150 of their staff, just really as a thank you for what they do in our community. And it was just nice to sit there and visit with the whole team. It wasn't everybody there, but there was literally, I think it was close to 225, 150 that we served. But yeah, it was just nice to see, and really just that our hospital team is unbelievable. What they do. I've had just off topic a little bit, but last week I was in there for some different reasons. I had a family member in there, and I got to see firsthand how hard they work. Like it really blew me away. And I don't think, because I have to wear a mask now in there, they didn't know who I was either. So it wasn't about that I was sitting there. It was just, really to see like all the different levels, the doctors, the nurses, the support staff. So just want to give a shout out to the team here. They're amazing in what they do every day. Next, community awards. We have our community awards coming up in early February. So there has been some amazing progress in this through the nomination process, through the awards. It's definitely growing already on its own. So Just amazing to see. I'm extremely excited about it. If you haven't looked into it, please do. It's on Community Futures site as well as the City of Dawson Creek. But we'd love to see as many people out as we can to that event. I want to say the date. It's February 8th, right? Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. So February 8th. So, yeah. And that was all for those updates. Any questions on any of that? No? All right. I will move on to 11.2. So memo from myself, from Mayor Dober, regarding CN Rail vacant land between 8th Street and 15th Street. Proposed walking path and street.
Motion?
Yeah, there is a proposed motion there. Councillor Parslow.
Okay, the staff be directed to meet with CN representatives to discuss allowing the city to construct a walking path and possibly a street through CN land north of the Alaska Highway between 8th and 15th Street. Further, that an update be brought back to council for consideration of next steps.
I get a second, I'll speak to it. Councillor Apollonio. So I'll just speak a little bit to this. I guess, in my time here, being out listening to the community members, and it's come to me a couple times about connecting, folks that live up on the hill to our downtown. Whether it be businesses or the residents, I've heard it numerous times. The other part of it is it's clear there already is walking paths through there that we've, made because that's the avenue folks are taking, and it's not very safe. So we want to, approach CN about what does that look like to put an actual walking trail in or street to connect and do it properly. So yes, that's why I brought it forward. So. I don't know if there's any discussion or no? Oh. Councillor McDonald?
Can you just explain further about the street? Are you looking for another full-on street there, or just something like what we've done on, sorry, I don't know which street it is, if it's 96, where we just did that big path for biking?
I think that would be, if we're going to have the discussion about a walking path, to have the discussion of if either or could happen. So that would be a street at, I think it's 10th and 12th. One would be beside the Tim Hortons Fast Gas that runs up, because there's a right-of-way that's owned by, I think, the city there, and the other one would be by the Comfort Inn, right? So those are the two main walking trails that people are using.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the reality is more it's a walking trail, but figured since we were having that dialogue with them, we might as well see what because there's no, between 8th and 15th, there's no other connection point, right? So,
Right.
Yeah.
So not running.
Here's Mike's off, Councillor McDonald.
I'm sorry. So, sorry, there's no picture, so you're talking running parallel? Something that's paralleling 8th and 15th then? Not perpendicular to them?
Yeah. Yeah, and I
Okay.
think this is just directing staff to have that discussion.
Just for
with
crossing
CN.
the tracks then?
Yeah, so I think once we've had this, I know that it's maybe been had in the past, and there's been some conversation. I did talk to somebody at UBCM as well from CN Rail.
Okay.
So it's just about, I don't know what the possibility is. This is literally just if it's even possible. And then if it is, it would be brought back to council on what all that would look like.
Okay.
But yeah, it's more just about trying to connect that part of the community.
Okay.
Such a large span in the community with no streets, and we're using it anyways, but it's unsafe, so.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
All right, any other discussion? Councillor Parslow?
Well, I wish you luck with this. Miracles do happen. I'd like it to happen, and I want to suggest that sending letter may not be enough. I think, I don't know where CN headquarters are for Western Canada. Are they in Vancouver?
In Prince George, actually.
I think
Part of it.
I think your salesmanship, which is excellent, you should go in person.
Okay.
I really do. I think the need is there, but my experience, and I think the experience of people who've been around with other, trying to deal with CN is like trying to build a relationship with the president of North Korea. If you get my meaning.
Okay.
That was a statement.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
I appreciate the part about me helping with that, because I'm assuming that this would, to Kevin, would probably be something Devin would go down. So I have zero issues dealing with Devin, and if we can get, I do have a contact as well to help with this, but that I've met. So if it means me going to Prince George or wherever, I would gladly do that. So, yeah. I don't know if we need a motion for that.
You don't have the authority to do with it.
No, I know. Okay. Any other discussion? No? All right, I will make. I'll make them call the vote, motion to vote. The vote is closed and it's carried. All right, next order of business. It's 11.3, memo from Mayor Dober regarding authorization to meet with Minister Farnworth and Attorney General Sharma. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that Council authorize the Mayor and the Chief Administrative Officer to meet with Minister Farnworth and Attorney General Sharma to discuss the escalation of violent crime in Dawson Creek to occur either in Dawson Creek or in the offices of the Minister and the Attorney General in Vancouver or Victoria.
I have a second. Councillor Earl. Councillor McDonald, did you want to?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to this. I know I've seen it out there in the community suggested that this could be a meeting done over Zoom, but I strongly disagree. Trying to have this type of meeting over Zoom is not going to have the same effect of having a face-to-face meeting where you have the ministers and the attorney general's absolute focus and attention to bring forth these truly horrendous concerns we have in our community in regards to the violent crime, the rampant drug trade battle we have going on, and the missing persons. We need their attention, we need their help, and we need them to understand. And this needs to be a face-to-face meeting, not a Zoom meeting.
Yeah. Thank you. I agree with that. I don't follow social media as much, might know, so I didn't know that there was talk of it being a Zoom meeting, but that was never Kevin and my intent. It's fully, we want a face-to-face, and whether it be here or Vancouver or Victoria. Councillor Earl?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been following the chatter on social media either, but I think there's some value to this. I know Kevin and I at UBCM met with Minister Sharma along with Councillor Apollonio. And a lot of the concerns cited in this motion were relayed to her at the time, be it, not nearly as severe as they've ultimately become. Found her to be a very active listener, but I think it's, to Councillor McDonald and your point, there is certainly more gravitas. I don't know what there's more gravitas to going in person and looking someone in the eye and shaking their hand and being in a room with them. I mean, the technology is phenomenal, but it's kind of also very disposable, the kind of interactions you have through that medium. So in a pinch, it's fine and serviceable, and certainly during the pandemic, but I think the issue as it pertains to the health and safety of the public and the community's confidence in our criminal justice system and a whole host of other issues is serious enough to warrant the time and attention it takes to go down in person. Or, I mean, it'd be great to have them up here in person, as you said, with respect to the open house a couple weeks back. It shows people you're paying attention and you care, and certainly would be appreciated. So have fun.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and there's, I think, having Zoom and the ability to that has been, somewhat beneficial over this last year. And we did meet with Mr. Farnworth and Attorney General Sharma and UBCM and have had Zoom calls and phone calls with them. But there's about 9 or 10 things that we've been ongoing dealing with that we need to, we want to address in person and have that conversation right then. So, and, as much as UBCM is great, it's 15 minutes we want more. We're requesting a bit more, so. Okay, if there's no more discussion, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, it's carried. All right, next, 12, Chief Administrative Officer Operational Update. Kevin.
So through your worship, just one quick note. I wanted to just update council on that when I say we, Devin, Melissa, and Bill have started roundtable discussions with the building community. We just heard some chatter about, the difficulties of whether it's permitting or DCCs and, just the development side of the business. And so we felt it was important to engage in those sit-down face-to-face meetings. So they've done that before Christmas. They held a number of roundtables with different groups, some one-on-ones, some with groups. Heard a lot of good things that we're taking back and going to see what we can do. I mean, the first thing is listening. The hard part is doing something about it, right? And so that's what we're committed to do is to try and make things easier for the customer, because that's what they are. And so I just want to let you know that that's ongoing, and we're hopeful that we can start to see some inroads there, and they can appreciate with some of the regulation we need to deal with, but that doesn't mean we can't make it as easy as possible for them. So that's what we're looking to do.
Perfect, thanks, Kevin. I appreciate you, your leadership in going out and doing that as well, and to the whole team for doing that, because, I think it's just hats off to the organization, so good on you.
You bet.
So.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, any other questions for Kevin? No? All right, 13 diary. I think there's nothing in the diary. 14 consent calendar. Motion to accept the consent calendar. Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor McDonald. I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Anything anybody wanted to lift? No? I did that backwards. All right.
Would you like me to lift something?
No, because I did that wrong. So. No, you get it. 15, media question. There's media here. 16, motion to recess to closed for moving into a meeting of council closed to the public to review agenda item 3.1 and 4.1, section 90 minutes as previously noted. Agenda item 8.1.1, section 92B of the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the municipality and a provincial government. Agenda item 8.1.2, section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages. Agenda item 8.1.3, section 91C, labor relations or other employee relations. CAO update, section 91C, labor relations or other employee relations. Motion, Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor Apollonio. Call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, we'll take whatever we need and go into closed.